There we go. Now it's working.
What are we still here? What is that?
Yeah, I'm here.
Got
We're here.
This meeting is being live streamed.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
There we go. We're up. One watching. That's me. So we're not talking to anybody yet.
Right.
You got anything to say while nobody's listening, Jason?
Can you hear me? Bill.
I feel that way every day, Bill. What are you talking about?
How many viewers it say on yours?
I don't have YouTube up. I'm not watching YouTube.
It says one watching now,
Oh,
but that's because it just started.
yeah.
Less than a minute ago. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you sound fine. Yeah. So we got Barbara and Jason on here, but I don't know if there's anybody watching yet. Let me see. I can check. I got one more phone I can use to find out. Let me see. I'm gonna do this. There. Now that'll put that extra camera off to the side. And now where's that other phone? There it is. Get another one that I can refresh and see if see if anybody's watching. I think there's probably somebody watching by now. But I found out when my TV show I'm on is airing. Let me see. 6 watching. Okay. There's 6 watching. And Barbara Brown and we got Jason.
Hey, I was tricked.
Jason Snowface.
Yes.
Yeah, Jason No Face.
White Buffalo.
So, nobody in chat yet. I don't see anybody in chat.
Jason, you turn your camera off.
No.
No,
Go on.
he just has the camera covered, and it just shows his background.
If you see faces, you got to show faces.
My name is Face, so
Yeah,
it'll be okay.
Jason No Face.
I think we're playing cards.
Yeah.
We should actually play cards.
Yeah.
What cards you got?
I think what do they call that when they mess with the deck of cards?
I got some Budweiser cards here.
Oh,
What is a game that we could make up to play on the internet for 3 people? We could we could be the ones that the whole innovation of gaming, and we could create a card game that's actually fun and interactive.
Taboo, you're dealt 4 cards and you use the jokers.
Yeah, but to have it fair, you'd have to take out 2 sets. Like we would all have to take out 2 sets, like hearts and diamonds.
I was looking at how Forrest Fenn is like Prometheus. The Blaze was Prometheus. He was the god of fire. He showed man fire so that we could cook meat and stuff. Zeus took the fire away, and Prometheus went and stole the fire back from Zeus and gave it to man so that we could cook our meat and stuff. And Zeus, to punish Prometheus for stealing the fire, chained Prometheus to the side of a mountain and let this vulture like have Groundhog Day eating his liver every day, and he grew his liver back each night, and the vulture would come back in the day and eat his liver again every day. That was his torture for giving fire to man. and he was supposedly created the first man and woman from mud. So doesn't that sound like the same story as Adam and Eve?
I think you told us that story before.
No, I told you that before we came live.
No. I mean, like a long time ago. I remember the theory of getting your like spleen or liver eaten out every day, over and over and over. I remember somebody talking about that, and I'm pretty sure it was you, like last 2 years ago.
They can't regrow your liver. They can make your liver grow new liver.
Barbara, I'm still over here trying to figure out a card game that we could play at the end here. So
Jason, you know what I was sitting here thinking? I was thinking, okay, so how do we, getting back to the card game, how do we deal a deck of cards fairly online?
That's what I'm trying to do here. So it's like I would pick clubs. All right. I'll say that I am clubs. Now you choose one.
Hearts.
Okay. Bill, that's spades or diamonds left.
I have to be diamonds.
So I would make sure, like, you and I would keep diamonds in our hand. And you know what I mean? And that would just go around. So like I would keep hearts, diamonds. Yeah, I will figure this out. I'm not ready yet, but by the time Bill's done talking about Prometheus, I'll have
got
something planned out.
ace. I already got my grandson's an ace.
All right, so
how can you deal your own cards? So even if Bill had his own, Bill decided to take the hearts out of, the diamonds out of his, whatever.
Clubs.
How do you fairly know that that's a dealt hand? We know we might play and go, well, I'll just trust. But I'm just saying, if you were going to make that where people could play, how would you make that where it's a legit draw?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to identify each other without us having to say anything.
So you know what you could do? You could make it where the computer. So when you have somebody that has hearts, the computer tells me randomly what hearts I can keep in my hand, though nobody else sees. Until the end of the card game, they get to see what the computer told me to pick up so that I can't cheat.
I want to leave the computer out. I want to leave the computer out completely. That's nothing but a tool for video for communication.
Okay, so then somebody puts all the hearts into one of those fucking hats or those bingo things, and somebody draws out my cards, and I draw out your cards. Bill draws, you know what I'm saying? So there's no computer. We have little things that have the ace of hearts, the king of hearts, queen of hearts, jack, 10. So we get to pick out, let's say we get 5 or 7 cards apiece. If you're spades or clubs, then I have to pull out 7 cards for you that are clubs. No, you couldn't do it that way.
You lost me a long time ago. I was just sitting here looking at Bill. I got lost. I'm sorry.
I'm
gonna leave you alone because you said you could figure it out by the time we're done talking.
Well, no, it's just I'm sitting here looking at cards and I'm trying to imagine what you're saying to see if I can integrate it in some way. And
we can have one dealer.
Well,
so one person decides to sit out the hand. That person gives each person.
That could be our joker. That could be our joker. Get somebody else on here, Bill, and they could pull a deck of cards out, and they could be our joker that deals with us.
If you invented a card game that each player is a dealer, each player has a deck.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but we have to identify who each other is. So you're diamonds, right? So you cannot have any diamonds in your hand. So, but we would have diamonds in our hand, but you can't. Like she's hearts.
Yeah.
you and I would have hearts, but she wouldn't. So that's how
Uh-huh.
far I've gotten so far. We need
Yeah.
one more person though. We
Oh,
need
you know what you
4
could call this
cards.
card game? You could call it something like Anarchy.
I was I want to have like a, what's it called? A euchre theme to it.
Yeah.
Chase.
What?
Chase. The name
Well,
Chase.
one
So
thing.
Works
there has to be
idea.
something. All right, if we left it as Chase, all right, that's fine. But once we figure out how to deal the cards out, we would have to create a game to where you're chasing something. So we could like draw a card and then we show it to everybody and then we put it back in the deck. And as we're playing, we're actually looking for that card again. So we could have a theme like that. So for Chase. So I don't know if you guys, did I say that right? I'm pretty sure I did.
I think everything would have to be written down, and then you would have to have your card game like in a an organizational chart of players and what happens this and what happens that, because you don't want to have one rule contradicting another rule.
No, yeah. We would have to play it like 100 times and fine tune.
There's a problem here.
Yeah, exactly. So we could actually develop this to where like we could make it partial of like, Barbara, what card am I holding up to my camera right now?
Am I supposed to see it?
Yeah.
I don't see your card though.
No, it was supposed to be. I guess that went to work. I'm glad you didn't say it. I need to get rid of my
club. I know it's a club.
No, it was an ace of spades.
Oh.
Yeah. But I don't know. Anyways, but we could.
How did you do his? Why do you have his background all fucked up?
It's inverted.
I'm imploded on myself. I am the black hole.
We found Jason. I took a ride on the haunted mansion at Disney World, and there was Jason in there. He was ghosting everybody.
So, all right, you guys talk. Let me figure this game out. It would be fun because I would actually play it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What about that liver for supper?
The Prometheus and his liver and stuff. But one thing I wanted to mention is today is Yuri Gagarin's birthday. He lived for 34 years and he was the first man to orbit the Earth. And it's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Yuri Gagarin. Even have one Fenn person who had been to Yuri's parade when he returned from space.
Barbara, hold up the conversation. Shit, woman. I'm looking at cards.
Sometimes I'm trying to figure out when it's serious and when it's not.
But
because sometimes we get off into the
a good pilot just wings it, okay? A good pilot just wings it.
If you look at,
I think that's called a Maverick.
If you look at
do you see these eyes? These are the eyes of a tired woman.
The New Yorker documentary, what did I say? It's not enough for a trip into space, right? And who was the first man to take a trip into space? Yuri Gagarin.
Eureka.
There's a parallel there.
No.
I wish I could have been a passenger on his flight.
Oh, I still got.
Are you
Joker.
trying to beat something into my head?
No,
No,
what?
but there are hidden messages in the, you know, that Forrest said things, he hit things, and you never suspected that was a clue. What you never suspected that was what the clue was.
What was up with Eric Sloan writing his name in his drawings?
He would sign them upside down. He would swap them around. Shit, he was almost like telling how to do something.
The one thing, Bip's sweater with the D on it is the Lincoln Highway sign that's on the telephone pole. There's a Lincoln Highway sign, and it's that sign with an L. Instead of the L, it has a D, and it's rotated 90 degrees, and it's on Bip. And it's from the Return to Taos book.
So if we only used,
So there's another dog clue too.
we'll put 9.
Hey, Fendi, go
come
on in.
on.
Fendi, yeah,
I'm
Jason.
We're gonna cut the deck in half and only use 9 to ace.
2% battery. 2%. Plug it in. I got my 48. I got my 48s up to 52.8. They go to 54. Oh, Barbara just moved.
Yeah.
She just
How do I see people's comments? Like what they're saying?
You have to have YouTube on another device or something.
Oh,
And muted so that we don't hear it coming back on the microphone. Because you use Zoom for listening, talking to us, and so YouTube's just going to repeat what we're talking. So it's like 20 seconds behind, just throw you off. So if you have YouTube on a computer or something and you're watching, you can. Yeah. Does Zoom have a thing to show the YouTube chat? Whiteboards, apps, participants, more. Yeah, it's it.
What is that?
Yeah.
Still need those notes.
Cloud, reaction. Yeah. Recognize hands. Nope, none of those. So I didn't see anything to do that. Yeah, there was a lot. You see some people talking about only talking about Christians and only talking about the Sumerians and whatnot, but they forget all about Greek mythology. Even somebody that goes by the name of Thor doesn't know anything about Greek mythology. And Prometheus, the Olympic torch. Remember the Olympic coin that was in the auction?
Yeah.
That Olympic torch, that's Prometheus. That's the fire of Prometheus that they light the blaze with at the Olympics. They run the torch all the way across the country, passing the fire on to the next torch. You know? And that's the blaze. And where do you get tidal in gold is like
sucking the life out of me, Bill. You're sucking the life out of me.
No, where do you get gold at the Olympics?
It's like grab the baton, Bill. Grab the fucking baton.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, grab the baton. So the person's grabbing Forrest Fenn's baton. He's passing his flame on. His is burned out. He needs somebody to carry the torch for him. There are so many parallels that, whatever. Hey, Smoking Joe. Links at the top, Joe. Fendi. Oh yeah, he's trying to plug in. Fendi trying to plug in. But
breaking
I've
shit.
been listening to a lot of Passenger music. He has a song called Bullets, and he has one called Chasing Gold, and he has a song for just about everything that's in the Forrest Fenn,
So I asked my counselor, I said, am I schizophrenic or like, why do I think like this? Like, and he's like, no, you're not.
Yeah,
like,
are you schizophrenic?
Man, isn't it?
Psychopathic or just psychedelic?
I know, but it just goes over and over and over and over. And oh my God, who's gonna break fucking stupid ring that we're at? Quit ringing the bell! Quit ringing the bell!
One of the things Prometheus is known for is bringing changes about, and one person causing another person to change their life, or for every action there's an equal opposite reaction. You shoot bullets at me, I shoot cannon at you.
Like what if the first guy didn't miss?
I also got news about my debut on TV is May 31st. May 31st, 10 p.m. on INSP network. Into the Wild Frontier, Robert Rogers. And it's a story. My ancestors, they went and raided the get this, Odenak.
Odenak.
They raided the village of Odenak. You know what that sounds like, Jason?
Odenak?
Odenak sounds like Otak.
Oh, those Japanese burritos. Like
Otak, yeah, Japanese burritos, Otaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the rice tortillas.
Mm-hmm.
But let me see, where is it? Yeah, Prometheus reminded us of the potential of individual acts to ignite the world. So in other words, one individual can bring about all this change. Look at all the people that Forrest Fenn changed. Some's turned into monsters. Some turned into little shitheads.
What? I'm the same.
Some became lawyers.
Yeah, some did. Some did get a YouTube degree.
Some destroyed their careers. Some killed themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Some did stupid things and got killed by accident. Nothing to do with Forrest Fenn.
I think they were the lucky ones. Like
they got the fuck out.
I mean, it's like a mental prison. The warden. Yeah. I'm just pretty good though. Like there's not.
But it is crazy because it's Stockholm. Because let me tell you something, it's crazy. As much as you want out, you don't. Just like you said, with as bad as you feel, you wouldn't want to feel any other way, because if you did, you would be dumb to what was going on around you. Because in order for you to now feel that way again,
you're explaining a cliche. You're explaining a cliche addiction.
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, with anything. You know, it could be anything. And that's the sad thing about us is like you're addicted to looking at your watch. You're addicted to heroin. You know, you're addicted to having that cup of coffee. You're addicted to have that beer at night. You're addicted to, you know, everything. You're addicted to wearing a shirt that's blue or red or purple. You're addicted. It's like it's just a lifetime of addictions. And
I have to admit it, you're addicted to love.
I am too, like for real. Well, I always have been. I even got it tattooed on me.
Yeah, me too.
See, I got a tattoo. Where's it at?
Yeah, I can't lift my leg that high. Because it's right on my ankle. I can't put my
There's a
ankle up.
lot worse things to be addicted to, though.
It's in green. Yeah, Prometheus, it reminds us of the potential individual acts to ignite the world.
Is that a terrorist?
One person can look Lee Harvey Oswald. If it was a soul, then that one act, look what it did to the world. You know?
Was it an act of kindness?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think Oswald did it. I think Oswald was on the second floor eating his sandwich. He brought his sandwich and was having a Coke or Dr. Pepper. No,
he was probably telling his family goodbye.
You know, Oswald was drinking a Coke on the second floor. Up where the gun was, up on the sixth floor, they found an empty Dr. Pepper.
Maybe that's a sign he was forced to do it.
Well, it was supposedly known that the people that drank the Dr. Peppers were the how do I say it without getting banned? It was the darker persuasion.
Oh, really?
They were Dr.
Like an
Pepper
ethnicity thing, like
they were the Dr. Pepper drinkers, and Lee Harvey Oswald was on the second floor eating his sandwich. He was having the sandwich I think in the basement. He went to the second floor to get the Coke after he got change from the secretary. So he had no time to get the change from the secretary and have the Coke and you know, get the change and be there having the Coke when the cops came in the building. You know what I'm saying? So he had no time to be there. That couldn't have happened. And all the stuff upstairs took hours to set up. It was all done by the Secret Service and whatever, you know. It was all to set him up. Because there were people in the windows on other floors there that they never even mentioned.
Something smells like a setup.
Yeah, it wasn't even the same gun or nothing.
Oh, they didn't.
What are we here talking about?
Random.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
I still want to try to get this card game down.
That lights the world on fire.
So far, I put out the three
Like
aces
double
that
blank,
we chose,
you know?
that we chose, and I'm going to keep those out. Maybe we could actually put one ace in, and that's what we're chasing. Or put the aces in first, and if you don't get that trick, someone else does. It's a shootout.
I've already got the ace.
So like what you're chasing is like the aces. So we'll put them back in. We'll take out, since there's not a fourth player, we'll take out the spades.
The other song pastor has holes. You got holes in your life. You got holes in your story.
So now we're just.
Do we got somebody in this room, Bill, who wants to join this chat? So we got 4.
Some people have holes
we
in
could
their
call
head.
it the hunt. Hunting for aces.
Yeah.
Each other's aces. Like there's 3 of us, so I'm going to keep our 3 suits in the deck.
No, you got
to pass them out like euchre, and this could be like the trump. Like I'm going to try to collect your guys' aces before I get shot out. So we could put hunt aces, hunting aces, hunting, chasing aces.
Well,
Chasing aces. There we go. Chasing aces.
Maybe you got one joker in there, and if you get the joker, you have to trade hands with the person to your left.
We'll do
But-
something with the
Some more
joker. I
players.
got him over here. We'll find a place. We'll find a place for him.
You know that Fred Flintstone thing where he's got the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other shoulder, you know?
Yeah.
Well, Forrest Fenn, he had embroidery and chaos. They were the two, you know, good and evil, I think. Chaos stirs things up, and embroidery stitches it back together.
Five suits. I leave the nines.
Oh.
Oh, we got
Do you
another
get-
person playing?
No, I seen Potato Head again. Sorry.
What are you talking about, Bill? What's going on?
I was talking about embroidery and chaos. One represents good and the other represents evil. They're the angel and the devil sitting on Fred Flintstone's shoulders. You know, weighing out good and bad. You know, do I do this or do I do it? Which way do I lean? You know,
I think it's funny how they got a parative between each other. You know, like chaos and embroidery.
yeah.
When
they're
I was doing the tower work, you know, we had to deal a lot with the electricity. We all know about how our cords, right? Like if I were to say chaos in my life, it's when cords wrap up in each other. And it's just funny that embroidery is knots, organized knots. Chaos to me is like unorganized knots. Like that's my daily chaos that I deal with. That's literally chaos.
Do you have the video of the exploding rock to share?
Of an exploding rock?
The exploding rock everybody's been talking about. I think you have some exploding rock videos.
I did not. I didn't even get to see that. Whatever they're talking. I don't even know what they're talking about. I just catch pieces and what you tell me. I don't watch that much. What was that about? Like one of the tubers like blew up a rock.
Barbara said it was under or something, and she claimed somebody blew it up.
Oh, like her
and-
rock, her specific rock.
Yeah, Barbara's rock got blown up.
So
And I thought you
someone-
might have videos showing that.
That would be funny. Like
You have a video of her rock blowing up,
Barbara's
Jason?
rock. No, I don't. Yeah, I actually don't even like doing it, to be honest with you.
Doing what?
But as long as I'm there,
Mm.
and I'm like the one person in the world that's doing that job and actually has a heart for it, it's better than nobody being there. You know?
Galaxy's out there. You can come in, hit the link, Galaxy, if you want. Redneck. Short change. Who got
There you
short
go,
change?
Bill.
Oh, Candy went live. I still got 10. But more interesting, he just brings up the same shit. She's
She's probably creating a card game.
probably talking about the Greek mythology I brought up. Yes,
She's,
and
cre-
all
she's creating a card game on the internet live right now.
Zeus took fire away from.
Let's see.
From-
I wouldn't doubt it.
Zeus
That's
took
why
fire.
that's
away.
why I don't watch. I don't watch anyone in the chase anymore. Like
So hey, real quick, guys. So we all agree, like during this chase, some stuff happened that was unexplainable, right?
paranormal or what do you
Like there's something bigger to this chase. There was something bigger to it. Whether it's
Oh,
over
there's
or
a lot
not, I don't know. Okay, so with that
Treasure
said,
chest was just the lure.
it's all stall tactics.
okay, but Jason, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying like the games that people are playing and stuff like that. I'm saying the stuff that you've seen with your own eyes, minus other people's garbage. Okay, the stuff that you know to be true and you know to be part of the chase, and that was the reason you were seeing it or experiencing what it was that you were seeing or
I
experiencing.
absolutely knew that my crazy that I do here in this nice monitor is definitely related to the chase. I definitely got that from the chase. That was basically installed in me the second that I looked further than I should, or I don't know. I've always said, you swim to the deepest, darkest, hole in the ocean, and you're just swimming, and you get cold, and you're like starting to get afraid, and you keep going a little further, and eventually you're going to reach a point where I don't remember where I came from, so I might as well go forward. It's like going through the eye of the tornado to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is this: do you think that some of the relationships between the searchers have been tainted because we all want to down somebody else's thing because they went through something? Look, some of us are believing that we went through something that was insane and we want the answers to that, and wanting the answers to that makes us look hungry for a treasure box, or makes us want to look like we don't believe that somebody else has the treasure, which isn't always the fact. What some of us are still doing here is the fact that we don't understand what happens, what is happening, or how it is that these things did happen, which leads us to believe that somehow we were called on. And even if our calling wasn't necessarily to find the treasure, something called on us. And when something like that happens, everybody's telling their experiences and everybody's telling what's going on such a level that we want to attack each other because those are supernatural things. And what makes you think that you're special enough that something called on you? And I think that there's a lot more of us.
So it sounds like a race. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that we're all
horses,
attacking.
round up all the horses in town. And yeah, it sounds like a race. And yeah, everyone got rounded up. And there's only going to be one winner.
One guru.
That's like for sure, right? That's for sure.
No.
Gotta be a winner.
No, listen.
Not all the horses can make the race.
There might be, let's say there's 50 of us all together, which is a high number. Yeah. 350,000 people at least went to the Rocky Mountains. For only 50 of us to come back and go, something changed my life. This was not normal. This was not just a regular hunt. There was something whatever about it.
I think we just like to hear each other talk.
No.
That's why we showed our face on YouTube. That's why we're still here on YouTube. That's why we turn on YouTube every morning. So
you believe that?
It's an ego thing. It's an ego thing.
It's like Jim Morrison said. Come on, baby, light my fire.
I mean, don't.
I can't sing.
I've always looked at actors, and I've, in a way, I don't know what. I wonder if you have that relaxed of a personal life besides the media, but you could tuck yourself away in a nook, right, and not be bothered. But like, I've always wondered, like, for them to fall into the personality that they're training to be into, right? Like they have to actually feel it, live it, and actually feel it vibrate. They have to ride that. So 25 years later, when I start getting Alzheimer's, could you imagine the horror? because you wouldn't know who you were. You would fall into like the things that you trained your brain younger. Like you would, one minute you'd be, yeah, it's scary, you know. I don't know. I'm dumb. What were you talking about, Bill?
What were we talking about? I don't know.
Oh yeah, the card game again. All right. So
I
so if
wanted
I
to.
were,
Oh,
right.
okay. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go on.
Go ahead. We don't hear from you much.
I was good. Shut up, Bill. You're the one that fucking brought me on here.
Yeah. We're waiting for Fenn to get a little charge on his phone.
Fenny's all right.
But
So if I were to deal these out, okay. So I've got the spades are out because we don't have a fourth player. So if we're chasing aces, so we should only put, so there's only one ace, there's only 3 suits in there. There's 3 of us, our aces. If I were to mix them up, I think that's the key to doing it, is like you have to deal it out and see how they lay. There has to be a percentage. Like if I can figure something out to work like every 100 deals, like do a little statistic chart with it. But yeah, because like right here, my hand, I would have my own ace, which would be good because then I could protect my ace, or no, it would be bad because if you had my ace on the, how would that work? Because you didn't win because you have that ace. What would we do with our aces? You guys help me out here. So we get handed a deck. We got handed a deck, or we got handed our deal. And I have my own ace and we'll call that in your pocket. It's in my pocket. So we'll call that. All right, I'll write that down. So ace of self in your pocket if you get it yourself.
You gotta have a front pocket and a back pocket.
So now, like in euchre, you kind of throw out your shitbird card to see what people got to get the game started. I wonder if like it would be cool if I had to take my ace and just throw and discard. So are we gonna pick up cards? We can't pick up cards. This is all we got. We should play with only 4 cards. Let's try that instead of all of them. And then we could do a draw. Yeah, because you got to draw before you shoot the ace, right? So yeah. Yeah, so we have to draw a card. So we'll just get face cards.
Wait, you shooting the ace with what, bullets?
Dirty looks for now.
Yeah, that passenger song Bullets. It's this guy, he collected bullets since he was 9 years old, and he had them all his life, and somebody broke in and stole his stuff and stole his bullet collection. And the person that stole it couldn't sell the bullets, so he just went and buried them in a field.
Yeah, and then for optimal shooting, they only live 5 years. All right, so like this time, now I got 4 cards and I got a small draw pile. I didn't get an ace at all.
We got past 5 somehow.
Well, when you shoot and you're shooting aces, you're going to want a straight. So let's say that.
Straight pop.
Yeah, you'd have to have a run. Like I'm trying to collect all your diamonds, not just you.
Wait, are you going to be able to do gender changes on your
card game?
Face cards?
Hey, to each his own.
Can you make Jack a Jackie?
Well, you can't have one without the other, so you just have to find someone to trade with. someone of the opposite to trade with.
Bender card. The card bender.
No, I meant like, what is that when trading places? Yeah, that movie Trading Places. You just have to find someone of the opposite sex to trade for you. Like I could do that with my. Oh. I don't know, Bill. I'm getting tired.
You are.
Yeah. Miss Barbara, what do you want to talk about?
I thought we were playing cards. What?
My ass hurts and I gotta switch sides. I'm getting old.
This is so Bimbery right here. It's fucking ADD shit.
Yes. We should let the ADHD go crazy. Like, I mean, look at my room. It has ADHD written all over it.
We just spent that whole time coming up with a fucking card game. We didn't even fucking play.
They're still here. Well, we've got a name, didn't we? Chasing Aces. Shh.
That's a good one.
And you have to draw, because you have to draw. You want to shoot straight, so we'll put straight. Chasing Aces. I'll figure it out.
Until next time.
Maybe a deck of cards with one more card, because there's a Jack in there. There needs to be a Joan in there too, or something, There's a prince, so there has to be a princess. Or is the Jack at night? You're on fire.
I'm always on fire. I am the fire, Bill. What are you talking about?
I have been the fire. Forrest even calls me Mr. Double Blazes. And people don't realize the double blazes, these are the two omegas, and these are the two alphas. The double alphas, double omegas. The double blazes are burning the candle at both ends. And so the path, the treasure hunt, the map was between the two campfires in the drawings, which were the gypsies and the stout-hearted men. And the other things were on the canyon walls in between them.
It's funny you don't.
And there were some, like the teacher waking him up at his desk, that there was no drawing of that, but it was on the canyon wall. Just before the stout-hearted men. Wake him up from his dream of Captain Kidd.
Do you have anyone in chat even?
Yeah.
Watching?
It says there's 14.
14 people.
Yeah, awesome. 14.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was down to 9 or something, but it's up as high as it's been all along. I think some people are more interested in hearing from you, Jason, than from hearing from Candy.
No.
They're wondering if you're going to finish that card game. They're like, he said before this conversation was over, he'd have that card game figured out. And we're just wondering if he's going to do that.
I ain't gone to bed yet.
Are you going to?
Oh, so how long are we going to be in this conversation? Should I grab my sleeping bag?
It will probably be a while.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Redneck says stuff happened that was unexplainable in the chase and an understatement. Yeah. Well, you got to realize everything that has happened in the chase, everything, the arguments and all of that, Forrest Fenn started it.
Yeah, but I would just think as
he caused all of it to happen. All the drama and all the Chaseopolis, he caused all of that to happen. By creating the chase, he he changed hundreds or thousands of lives.
So I had an addiction to adventure. That's how I found Forrest Fenn. I was driving a very long distance, had the crew. It was super late at night, had a trailer on. And I mean, it was like across 2 states. And I was watching all of like, here's a plug, Terry Carter videos for years. I was just watching them, like all of the Lost Dutchman, like all of that stuff, and KGC, and just so I watched, and it said something like recommended for you, and it was like 5 treasures that could still be found or something like that. And I think Forrest was the second one maybe, but the first one I was like really interested in. I was like, shit, I could figure that out. And then it talked about the Forrest Fenn one, and yeah, and it was actually a real one with a real person. That's like it's legit. Like, so I got all excited at first. I thought
Some channel out of nowhere today put up a video. Fact: the Forrest Fenn treasure was found in June. It's like, it's not fact. It was found long before that. A lot of people know that. He was setting up for the end in 2019. He was setting up for it. But he started it in 2017. Before he did his last will, the papers were signed.
Bill, I don't talk about anything about that stuff anymore.
And everything's it's a script. It's on a schedule. An architect not only makes plans, he comes up with schedules, timetables.
Well, for me, personally, for those who are listening,
you don't put the roof on first.
What?
You don't build a house and put the roof on first. You have to frame it up before you put the roof on. You have to frame the rest.
Well, for those listening, I'm still here because I would like to find others who had experiences and hear what their experiences are and find out exactly what our stories are, because I think that a lot of us have stories that we don't have beyond this chase, which does make it kind of life changing. So I do believe there's people out there that are not still looking for a treasure. They're looking for what the hell is going on.
Barbara, I said this a long time ago, that I live my life by the chase. Like, you can only say something over and over and over in your head. You can only look at something for so long, and it's going to leave a permanent imprint. And I find myself, I'm not nearly as bad as I used to be, like where I would read every sign, road, street sign, just going crazy down the road. But I do get funny feelings in certain areas out of the blue. But it's just a tickle, it's an itch. You just learn not to scratch them, you just don't scratch them. And you just, my video's not on.
No.
What?
I mean, I have seen spirits. I have talked to dead people. Okay. I have had some experiences that I am talking that are beyond whatever little things are going on here. I'm talking about whether or not Forrest Fenn was involved or not. I believe that something showed up for me through his poem for whatever reason, maybe because whatever it is,
that's like a living hell.
I was interested in what I was doing, and so it decided to speak to me through this. Look, I got this paradolas and stuff from this chase, and it's weird that it's part of this chase when it was never talked about until after I had already developed the condition. I had never seen spirits before. I had never given people readings before, which I still really don't. It's like more of a sneeze, like somebody's got something to say. So bam, there you got it. Because it has to be that clear Otherwise, I feel like I'm just rambling, and you can't be doing that shit when you're talking to dead people. So for those who are out there who are going or went through an experience they cannot explain that they believe came to them through this poem, I'm interested in talking to them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not into shutting people down and you know, this person thinks they're the winner and da 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 da. I don't necessarily think that everybody who has a story to tell and wants to still know what's going on
You know,
is so interested. They know something went on, something bigger than just a fucking treasure hunt. We want to know the answers to that. And not all of us were called. Again, if you got a low 350,000 people and 50 of us were called, there's a damn reason.
I love it when
all 50 of us should be heard instead of attacking each other.
Heard like cattle.
Well, not necessarily. It's not saying that you have to believe somebody's bullshit and that you have taken every story you have, or you have to believe that somebody is the winner, or
you leave the cows home.
How are you going to go through experiences you can't explain and then shut somebody else's experiences down? For instance, if Barb thinks that she was outside a tent with her sister when she was little, and it has something to do with this chase, and everybody's going, well, you know, she's 40 plus or whatever, how could that have anything to do? Look, there's something bigger, and believe it or not,
or maybe
that may be tied to this, whatever her calling was.
But I see, and I agree with you on that, because sorry, Billy, but I was going to say, like, it goes back, like your own memoirs, your head, your memories. Like, you don't think that goes deep enough that it affects your memories. You know, like I've sworn, you know, to good Lord that, hey, it has to mean this. It has to mean this. But how could it? Because it was 20 years ago. I've gone through that. But I've also am open up enough to say we don't know anything. So there could be an unknown pattern of something like that triggers your memoirs, and you associate, you know, each one of those stories with it.
No, there's very few of us who believe like that, believe and have experienced like I do. Those people need to be found.
Wait.
I'm not talking about those who went out with this head like, oh, I got the right. You got to listen to each individual story, find out who's got a story to fucking tell.
Something really important to say. Really important here to say. Happy birthday, Barbara.
Is it my birthday? No.
Yeah. Oh no, it's close enough. It's in a couple days. Yeah.
He has a way of making me forget what I'm saying. You're a dork.
Well, it is. Your birthday's coming up real quick here. I know when it is.
Okay. Forrest Fenn said there's no hermits. Maybe we should be listening to each other. That's all.
There's no hermits? What the fuck am I then?
There's no loners.
He also
you have grandkids and you have a son. So
leave him in the car.
What? Son. And even what was it? Hyperion.
If we're supposed to be saving the world, we're fucking wasting time.
Helios was the son of the father. In other words, Helios was the son, but the father was the universe. The sun was only a part of something bigger. The sun was only part of something bigger, which was the galaxy, which is part of the universe, and it's all electromagnetically interconnected. You are connected to Saturn and Jupiter through electromagnetism. we are all connected to the universe.
You know what I
but
got
you can
from
do what
that,
you
though?
want, but only so many of us feel this, and it fucks with our lives. And we need to get together and figure out why it is that we feel this way, so that we can feel normal again.
We couldn't exist without that.
So Barbara, what star attracted you when you first started the chase? Like what? I know there's a
Jason,
star that you have in your head
listen.
that you look at every night. You go out every night and you look up where.
Nope. I
Nope.
don't go really outside a lot, Jason, unless I have to. I'm literally in the house
Why?
because my anxiety is so high that I don't understand what my calling is. My
Maybe stop
vision.
worrying about it. Don't you think if it was your calling, it would just happen and without you worrying about it? Like you
No, because
really,
I don't know. I don't
maybe the
exactly
more-
know.
maybe the more you worry about it, the further away it gets.
Well, maybe if it hadn't poked its little head out, I wouldn't even know it existed.
Yeah.
I was not equipped for what it is that hit me. And let me tell you something, Jason. When I left here to look for that treasure, I knew nothing. I seen Forrest Fenn on a TV thing. I happened to have the time to go do it. I left around Christmas, not knowing the guy's story about him getting out of the jungle on making it home before Christmas. Jason, when I left, I was looking for a treasure box. I didn't know hardly anything about Forrest Fenn. His books hadn't even made it to my house yet because I had to have them delivered. They were being delivered as I was on my way to Denver. 10 minutes from Denver, I looked up at the sky and I seen a helicopter, and that helicopter was far away. And look, I've never before ever thought something was watching or tailing or whatever it was. And I happened to see that helicopter, and that helicopter changed my whole way of thinking from that moment on about this whole chase. And what I couldn't understand is I never dug into the ground. Something told me to just look, okay? My way of thinking, when people use their imaginations, for instance, my imagination should have went to the places that I imagined, the things that I would see. And I was seeing and imagining and going to places that I did not believe. So this whole time I've been fighting it. These are things that they'll drive me crazy talking about this shit. And yeah, I was experiencing it.
Well, and it sucks because I agree with you, and 100% when you said that it's where you're being led, where you are being led, like letting yourself go and just submitting and just going. And I've had an experience like that is kind of remarkable, but like, yeah, I know what that is, but it's funny when you listen, people are trying to pull you to their path. And it's like, man, you're supposed to go on that path alone, but yet everyone still wants to talk to get you on their path along with them. And it's like, you don't need an army to go there. It's for you. You go by yourself. Like, just go, like, be free.
And that's what I had to do after the first time. After anytime I went back, I had to go by myself because
Shit, I'm talking about in life. I'm saying just like you're even walking around your house, you got people like changing your mind or trying to change your mind. Like, you can't go anywhere. You go to your job and there's people trying to change your mind. You're telling you that their mind is better than yours. Or you know what I mean? Everyone's one upping each other. And it's like, I don't know. It's funny watching the fishermen just cast and drag it in empty. Like, it's gonna take more than that. Like, I don't know. I just envision like sitting here looking at the screen. The first thing I think of is sitting in the canoe and having two fishing rods out. Have you ever had two fishing rods out at the same time? And you see which
We
one?
got enough fish in me too.
I mean, I've seen two fishing rods out. Yeah.
We at least catch 30-pound bass,
Mhm.
So yeah, you only needed one rod because we usually came home with our limit, three bass, 30-pound bass. We got them out of San Francisco Bay. We had fish and chips all the time.
I never told you that the lines were baited. I'm just saying he had two rods out there. I didn't say I was trying to catch anything.
That sounds alien.
But the people on the shore think I'm fishing. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
See how I can
Yeah.
change their mind?
How you what?
Change their mind.
I don't know. How do you change their mind?
Well, I mean, you don't. That's the thing. They'll do it themselves because of insecurities. All you got to do is wait it out.
Yeah, they're right. That other one is on. Let me see. There is a lot though. The Greek mythology that Thor doesn't even talk about where the name came from. Thor, you know, Prometheus was the god of fire, blaze, and he was a shit. He caused people to do things that made things happen.
Jason,
Yo,
what is it that you do for a living?
not at liberty to disclose my current position. in
Okay,
life.
so what is it that you do for what do you call yourself good at?
Anything I try,
Anything, okay?
anything I put effort towards.
Okay, so this is my point. When you look at Bill's art, you see art. That shit is fucking crazy good shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so my abilities too. Crazy fucking good shit, man. Guess what? Bill ain't a salesperson. Or he fucking already be a fucking millionaire. Look at that fucking art. That shit should be selling itself. Okay. I'm not a salesperson yet. I can make jewelry. I can come up with ideas for fucking miles. Okay. It's your whatever. Let's say we all should be multimillionaires. The thing that we're missing is a sales rep. There's somebody in here who started this fucking chase who wasn't a fucking sales rep now. And again, like some will say, could sell fucking fire and hell. Okay. So we get together like we're a bitch group, okay? Like we all fucking women or men's group. I don't fucking give a shit. We're the fucking Fenn group. And what we do is we get together and we encourage each other in our fucking stories and we share our ideas. And what happens is we become fucking millionaires, all of us, because where one person lacks, somebody else picks up. I think that's where we're lacking. We're all fucking millionaires. All of us who had these experiences and became crazy good and we're just good at what we do when we can.
But what's the product that you're selling? What's the product that you're selling? That's where I get a problem with it, is the product you're selling. Like okay, let's say Bill's art, because it's in our face right now. All right, Bill's art. Bill, where does that art come from spiritually? Does it come from your creative mind? Does it come from your creative heart? Do you shine on that art? Or is it just to make something cool? You don't, and it depends on what market are you looking for.
But that's not always, that's for you though. Somebody else may randomly walk in and just buy it because it's got fucking red in it and they like the fucking color red.
Well, yeah.
That's not what our job, there we go again though, saying this and that and that and this, instead of just trying to like just be open to the ideas that all these things are like. To me, I think we're doing ourselves such a disservice because we spend so much time just arguing with each other, like it's worthless. Like we don't need to be talking. And it's like, no, you guys hear stories. You guys know stories that are fucking part of the Fenn chase that actually make sense in your own head, because when they tell that story, it sounds familiar to a situation you've been in. So if you want to say, well, how do we control this? Well, somebody's in charge of this fucking group, and you have to meet so many criterias in order to even be heard. Let's say, whether you're going to believe that this person may have went through some experiences and have more sensitive touch to certain things and is actually good at what they do. And sometimes the only way you're going to be able to find that out is let them be part of the group. because with me, I couldn't prove what I am because I, again, am not a salesperson.
Yeah,
But you know that what I'm saying, I believe, and it would be worth trying it out. Let's see if she's fucking crazy. If we give her what she says she needs, is she able to bring what she says she can bring? And at the end of the day, you monitor somebody and do they add to the group? These things can be monitored. I just don't know why this hasn't happened already. Like, we should be, Finn opened a whole lot of talent up to a whole lot of people somehow through these fucking spiritual things, and we can't prove it individually because individually we all lack something. It's only together that it's going to make sense to those of us who didn't find the treasure box. Let's say there was a main person who found the treasure box. I'm not still looking for that.
See, that goes back to the horse race. Some horses weren't cut to make the finish line.
But for those who were,
Yeah,
there's
they get
nowhere
it.
to go.
They get it. They get it. There's no questions. They get it. Oh, cool. Nux, you know.
And so I don't know, you didn't, I don't know if you want to mention about the thing with the chest and no?
I don't know which Barb.
What?
About the whoever bought the chest on eBay and you're having trouble getting verified for them to pay you for it. So it hadn't gone anywhere.
Right.
Basically.
So I still have it.
So it's still, yeah. So she still has the chest. So, but I think if that person were to get a hold of you directly, they could just say they never got it from you, get the money back from eBay and get it to you directly.
eBay's already gave the money back.
Yeah. So they can get it from you directly now if they knew how to get a hold of you.
Well, I mean, technically I find it, I mean, I don't think that
it's like
I don't think the chest that's going to be possible.
I was watching this show, What the Hells. Jason's watched him, and he was trying to help the local church by purchasing a property they had and getting them out of some financial troubles they had and whatever, and hold it and sell it back to them. But they just said, well, God wants you to have it, so you got it. We're done with it. We'll do whatever you want with it. So it wasn't meant to be. Maybe it wasn't meant to be.
What happened?
Maybe it's not meant to be for you to sell it. Something. That's the way the Prometheus wanted it.
He crumbles.
Yeah, he's doing all this.
Anybody fun in chat?
Yeah, Melinda's in there.
Hi, Melinda.
She's she says says Barb has a mouth like a sailor.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I forget there's other people in here because I don't see the comments.
I told her that's your Illinois upbringing.
Potty mouth below the home of Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, the chest is below the home of Brown right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See? Yeah. And then what we figured out that Bessie Smith was Bessie the cow, who has something called "A Good Man is Hard to Find."
What kind of cow was Bessie?
She was a Holstein. She was a dairy cow.
Bessie. think she was a Jersey.
It's one of the Venetti chest, Melinda. It's the one that she won it in the drawing at the Femboree. She's the one that her name was chosen. just like they decided to say Wyoming.
In case anything is to happen, it is box 29 out of 100.
Forrest gave Sasha the name that he drew, and it was Barbara's. And
So where's the other chest at?
Barbara's father was an Air Force paratroop, pararescue. Parachuter. Yeah. So he was the guy that if something went wrong with the cable, he was the guy that would jump down and rescue Forrest. He wasn't on that flight, so to say, but he could have been, right?
What if we just make this story even crazier and I still couldn't get anybody to listen to me?
Yeah.
Why is the sun out still?
Where's the sun out?
Time is it there, Barb?
That's a light.
Oh, all right. There we go.
It's the moon. Didn't you see the moon over on? I had a half moon on Troy's stream. I told him to kiss my ass. He said, "Showed," and I
These full moons have been creeping up on me quick.
a half moon.
Man.
Are we gonna need to put warnings on these videos before we start them? Warning people about the.
Mine are all listed. They're not for children.
Oh.
So
I'm sure you could do a really cool puppet show.
What do you have to say, Barbara, about what? What is she trying to sell on eBay? And then she says, what do you have to say? What? Well, she had it on eBay. There was a winning bidder, but there was a problem getting the payment to Barbara. The person paid on eBay, but they had a problem getting the payment to Barbara because she's not sure how to.
Because I had 2 different accounts.
Yeah, because she has 2 different eBays and whatever. But I think if the person got a hold of Barbara or got a hold of me and I'd help them get a hold of Barbara and they could go from there.
So, Barbara.
From there, it's no place for the beak.
I got a question.
Just heavy loads, water's high.
I got a question for you, Barbara. Barbara, I got a question for you. Barbara. So you were looking for like a unity earlier, and
Unity.
I thought of like a way that we could possibly create a little bit of unity is instead of saying what another man meant, like Forrest meant this, Forrest meant that. How about we say the things that we still have questions about, because maybe you have an answer. You know what I mean? Like just the things that he had said where it's like you're still pondering on after all this time. You're like, what did he mean by that? You know, and you could share yours. Like, I'm sure we all have questions like, what did he mean by that? And maybe pieces can fall together, you know, if there was a group out like, so like one thing that he said that I still haven't figured out. And it's like when he was on Lorene Mills and she made the comment about makeup. And he made that little, you know, that little joke and that Forrest Fenn up to something look. And he said something like, well, that's a whole nother thing in itself, isn't it, Maureen? Like, what did he mean by that? To take the time and get a kick out of her mentioning it to where he actually had a real smile and said something. And like, what did he mean by that? What does women's makeup have to do with this? Like,
what was his response?
Come on now, pay attention.
About the women are fake because they put on makeup.
Fake.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I
what
remember
Forrest
him saying that no,
knows.
that he didn't like cover up.
No, I just, so that's your answer? It was throwing, he was throwing a thing down for like cover up, like. Which kind of, makes a little bit of sense there. So, see, the best thing I could come up with it was like the light, like how the light hits you. And, like how women used to, back in the day, they'd be like, I need to go powder my nose. And, and they adjusted to the light of their atmosphere. And it's like, we were talking spiritual sense earlier, and it's like, that's kind of where I was taking it is like, what's the significance of adjusting your complexion with the light? There's a significance to it. And I feel like that's kind of what he was saying. And anyways, sorry, Bill, I talked too much.
My neighbor gave me some brownie mix.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what is it? Duncan Hines? What? That's Cheech and Chong brownie mix.
So Barbara, I mean, I even went to an old auction and I got like old school Chanel. Like
Me.
What'd you do that for?
Well, this is like, OG from the ladies that, yeah. Just because that was one of my
You like the containers?
theories. It was one of my theories with the chase. It's just one of them theories that I had. And well, in order to, how can you say it? Know anything, you have to experience it. You have to test the waters. You got to experience it in order to know factual what's going on. So yeah, I saw that at an old auction and I got this and a few other items there. And yeah, it's funny, it says Chanel, but yet, I still read it as channel, like you're channeling the light flow. You're redirecting the river, lady. Come on, keep up.
I've done that a few times. Well, it was a creek in my defense, not a river.
Yeah.
And it was only like a half a dozen times.
Check out the Joker.
What do we got?
It's the Joker.
Is it a geoid? Oh, mushroom?
It's
So-
a mushroom.
So what question do you have? Like something he said that that just you couldn't figure out, like you still ponder on? Like what is something he said?
To me?
Yeah, well, no, not to you, but I mean in a weird way.
Well, when
maybe.
I got to my spot, it was Christmas, remember? It's like the day before Christmas or so. And where I was looking across the Colorado River and I seen what I called a wooden spule. And so I emailed him wooden spule because for some reason I thought code was like
A spoon and a mule.
He would understand wooden spule because I didn't understand wooden spule because I ain't never fucking said the damn word. Okay, but I was looking at, you know what I was looking at? I was looking at one of those big things.
Used for a stool.
Yes, it was one of those wire ones, and for some reason it reminded me of a table, but I didn't go table. I just said wooden spule because I don't know a whole lot about Forrest Fenn and blah blah blah. Or I probably would have said maybe even fishing pole wheel, even though it was so big because it's. Anyways, when I said that to him, he responded with, "How could this be?" And I said, "God." And he said, "Merry Christmas, Barbara."
That was his okay, goodbye.
But the thing is I didn't say anything crazy at first.
No,
was,
let's go back to what you said. A wooden
stool. I said wooden stool.
And he said, we're getting to know Forrest now.
He
And
actually
he
got
says,
Forrest.
how could
Nobody
this
else
be?
has received a chest from Forrest when they're talking about all these other chests.
How could this be? You said wooden spool, and his response was, how could this be? Because he also said that he loves talking and nobody understands what he's saying. So like when you listen to him, the words he's saying, I mean, he says that he loves it because he's leading you this way, but he's actually saying something else. I love it. They can't understand what I say. So it's like,
Well, the thing is I don't really know what he was saying.
yeah, that's right.
All I think is for a
Oh.
man who was not willing to say much in emails or even like, he was always cutting around the bush. I just thought it was kind of a direct statement. How could this be? He said that he wouldn't mislead anybody. He wouldn't give clues. He wouldn't give hints. He wouldn't do whatever.
And he
I
said all the
just thought it,
were in the wrong places.
No period.
and maybe wooden spool is only that something that was very key, and he knew this was my first time out, and due to the fact that it was a huge key, maybe he was even surprised, though I was not in the right spot, or maybe I did not find the chest, whatever I was looking at, in my response to him so fast,
You
and
made
it
up a
being such a,
what it meant anyhow.
because I spelled it SPULL and spool is SPOOL.
Yeah.
Maybe he was making a spelling bee joke to you.
The spule is something my ex did on the way home from the bar. She spuled on my lap.
How could this?
Threw up on
You
my
guys
lap.
probably
I
know
had to
him
go
better
pick
than
up
me.
the kid at the babysitter.
Ask
You
him.
guys, I am new compared to you
Throw up
guys.
on me.
I can't tell you what it meant. But to me, again,
Maybe,
from hearing what I did hear and taking in what I did take in, it's not.
maybe, maybe he wanted you to sell him the idea. How good is this pan? It's however good I make it to be. Like, so when he said, "How could this be?" He's like, "Sell it to me. I'm game. Sell it to me."
And maybe that's what he was waiting for a lot of us to do, is to,
Yeah,
he was waiting to see who could sell him something. And when he was wanting to buy it, he would buy it. Maybe that's what he was doing. But what I'm trying to say is, even on top of this, even if Forrest was not involved, something spiritually, something supernatural was happening and is still happening in my life today. And it started because I left on that poem. And again, I don't think that I'm the only one that whatever this is decided to talk to through this poem.
So I've got the same energies around me a lot of times. I don't talk about it. I try to suppress it, and I don't say it to be real. So I do understand what you're talking about. But the way that I look at it is, while you're in the classroom as a student of the chase, and I believe that it's just a byproduct of your environment. Like, if you were to think and you go into those deep waters of thought, and I think that's kind of where a lot of that stuff lives. And like I said, I believe it's just a byproduct of your journey of thought. And you know what I mean? And I try not to even, I just tell myself, I don't even worry about them no more. Like,
Right.
don't worry about it.
If this had been my own journey, and so everybody's just going through their own journey, but North Face, I do not feel like I picked this. I feel like I got 10 minutes from Denver and something grabbed me by the back of my fucking pants, okay, and picked me up and took me on this fucking adventure, and I can't get off this ride. That's the kind of people I'm looking for, okay? I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly if Forrest has anything to do with it. All I'm saying is something decided that it was going to show itself to me, through this poem. And there's no way that whatever I experienced, I was by myself. There was more of us that this thing knew that it could talk to us through this poem because of the adventure or because of the attention we were giving to it.
That's what I think right there.
You took that Prometheus fire and ignited your heart.
Isn't there
So
a
I didn't go
story?
on my own adventure. So I find myself wanting to find those who did not end up going on an adventure that they believe that their imagination would have taken them on. I'm looking for those people who feel like they got to the Rocky Mountains and it didn't matter what they were seeing or doing, whether they believed it or not, it was happening to them. And I do believe that we do have the right to know why it is. And I don't think that it's just an experience and you just went through it. No, something is speaking to me and I can't figure out what it is. And I've been 4 years like this. And I try to get into talk to other people and we're all shutting each other down because everybody has the right solution and nobody's listening to each other.
Maybe it's the incense you burn.
I don't burn incense.
Like sense, your common sense, incense, and you're burning your thought. It's the incense you burn. Do you like the smell of your incense? Like the thrill of the chase. Yeah.
But I was listening to something about something in the mythology and stuff that thought it represents the thing. It's not, thought isn't the thing,
See, I've heard stories where fire created thought and thought was like the devil in the details. You think about the details and like the more you think about it, the more in hell you go, and it turns into a thought, turns into a dwell real quick. And that's where it's at. How deep is the hole? Well, now we hit dwelling. Like,
well, that's like, Passenger has that song, The Hole. And he has something about high water. He has something in Hell and High Water song. Yeah, all his songs are in the poem. I swear to God.
it's probably a common,
huh?
It's probably a common thought pattern. It's been philosophized. People philosophized. I don't know how to say the word, but it's probably already been spoken. Like all of that scenario.
Have you ever felt like the music you're listening to? How does this music relate to my life so much? It's relating to what's happening right now. Like Greg Kinn, when I was getting to my first divorce, he had, our Jeopardy, our love's in jeopardy.
It does. So it don't happen like that for me, Bill. I could listen to a song 100 times and it's in the background. And then when something happens in my life that relates to that song, the next time that song, it's like a switch. And then I can actually feel that song because I lived that experience at that time. But prior to that, I don't connect to them.
I was driving through Orlando and every advertisement on the radio was a business that I was right in front of at the time.
And
it's like, how does that happen?
Yeah, I actually put one of my search partners through a test one day, and this was early in the chase, and I'd say end of 14, 15, but I had him the auxiliary hole where you can like plug in like whatever you want to listen to a device. I told him and this is after, long hours of driving, just, what I mean, where it's taking its toll. And it was funny. I was on my Fenn kick, talking and just going out of my skin and out of my mind, just talking and just loving that chase of just that creating the next thought. And I told him, I was like, put your finger on that auxiliary. and think of a song. And a song came up and was playing, and I asked him, I go, was that the song you're thinking about? And he's like, yeah. And it was quiet for a while. And I don't know if it was or not, but like he said yes. And I just thought that was cool. Like you can I don't know. I don't want to use the word manifest, you know what I mean? But you do. You manifest everything, the good and the bad. And this is our own shows, you know, like everybody. This is everyone. It's our own. We are the TVs shining out, you know. And yeah, it's just funny when two TVs are facing one another. You know, it's almost like two mirrors. It's pretty cool, actually. And I don't do shrooms. You know, this is just me.
Did they do you?
No. You know, the Smurfs.
When I was on Troy's when I went into Troy's Zoom the other day, yeah, I was in the middle of one,
I'm sure.
and that's why I was able to just light up and go.
I think it would be dangerous if I tried something like that because I'm already naturally like that. Like it depends if I let go. You know, if I open the
It
freaking
made my wit
gate and go,
quicker. It quickened my wit, you know.
I could even imagine let opening up the gate and then just
Yeah.
I blast off like a fucking rocket. Like
And you notice every time Paul talked, I was muted out. Basically, you couldn't hear me.
was that a good show? Like between it was you and why must I go?
I recorded it with from the screen, not.
I would have watched that. I didn't even know. Like that would have been a good show.
But yeah, and Paul kept acting like he was freaking.
Oh, Paul, not Paul Ammons. Okay.
Paul, yeah, that British jerk. He makes
Sure.
England look bad.
I was a fan of him when he did his little skits. Like I actually really enjoyed those because it reminded me of like. But now talking live, like,
I tried friendly conversation with him.
Yeah.
He completely ignored me all along. Completely, screw you. And then he's complaining about me calling him ignorant after he says, I don't care about anything you say. That is the definition of ignorant.
All I could say is you be you.
Right? Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, you don't know because you don't listen, Paul.
Good luck.
Oh, Paul. Oh, no, we call him poo-poo. We call him poo-poo.
Good luck.
He's officially poo-poo. UK poo-poo.
What you making, lady?
I'm giving my cat food. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, Billy, my friend. Billy, my friend, I'm gonna bounce.
I read most of those. Carla, you can. The link's at the top.
North Face, you better have a card game next time you come on.
I'm actually interested in trying to figure a way out to do this. It would be kind of fun. And I think it's got a cool name, it's got a cool theory, and it's awesome for doing virtual because it's a shootout, guns a-blazing. See, we got a blaze even. I mean, this will be the best card game ever. So I will. All right.
Okay.
Barbara.
Nice talking to you.
As always.
Oh, Jason's pardon out.
I am bouncing.
Fendi never made it.
Yeah, Mr. Late Night. Mr. will be on for a while.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Bye, Billy.
Merla might come in. She's been, I think that's Sophia. She goes by one or the other. Oh.
You trying to get in?
No, not yet. Yeah, I had some, some things that were related to it, the chase and stuff. I got to make a spreadsheet thing of the cars and the different things, Skippy, Model B, tied to this story, page, whatever, and each thing where the cars are involved, because people, when you're looking out the window of the schoolroom, well, he wasn't looking out the window of the car when he was driving to Yellowstone. It's what he didn't mention. And the long walk, right? It is about when they wrecked the Buffalo Cowboy car in the creek, and it was a 4-mile walk home, barefoot, wet and cold. The machine will not do Zoom. Oh, I have to get on. I was on the other one. What do you think of my background there, Barbara? Is that cool?
As always.
Uh-huh. That one I did the art thing, and then I did the Photoshop to make the flames.
You see the big old elephant back there?
Flashes. Yep. Oh, right over my head.
Yep.
That's the elephant. That's his eye right on top of my head.
Yep.
There's a skeleton over here.
Or a question mark.
Buddy back here. But yeah, there's a double blazes. You can see it all. That way you can see it all.
What'd you say?
I turned I put the cover on my camera so you could see the whole art thing there without me blocking it for a second. I'll come back on here. But I was just doing it so you can see the other art. There's like Adam and Eve in the middle. There's a couple.
Or it's like an elephant coming out this way while one's going that way.
Yeah.
One's going that way, one's coming straight at me.
Yeah, they each got a torch on their trunk.
Yeah.
Double blazes. Yeah. There's a little one in the middle of the green one. Nice. But you see, you see right here that there's a woman in here.
Yeah, I see her.
And the breasts
she's holding on to a sword or something.
Here's her waist, her lap is right here. And her knee, she's sitting there with her arm coming over here. And this guy's got somebody on his back or something. People up here, over here, his face right up there. They're just all over in them. So what would we go to? This still says 12. Let's see, I was going to change that to something else. Dude. One of my strange one. Oh, who's this? Sophia. Sophia is coming in. Have you seen her on the chat before, Barbara? Or on the screen?
I don't think so.
Oh, she's nice. Hi, Sophia. This is Barbara. Barbara Brown.
Hello.
I was just gonna surf the net and I saw you were on and I'm on the wrong computer. That one doesn't do Zoom for whatever reason. It's not loaded or something.
Yeah.
So I was like, Oh, he wants me on. I gotta get on the other one.
Yeah. I have a backup. My phone is on there in case my power goes off. I can switch to my phone while I
Yeah,
get the
my
power
phone won't do it. I don't think
main
my phone will do it. It
I
got
have
all
a
messed up.
backup. See, I can.
Yeah.
I think I've seen you guys on chat before.
Oh,
think I've
yeah,
seen you
we've been
before.
on. Now that I'm unemployed again, I have more time. Got to find something to do. But
Yeah.
yeah, unemployment for a while. That's what happens when you're in. I was in up in the mountains in New Mexico, and the heater, the motor blew up. So I was last in, first out. Oh wow.
So
You
you
know,
got your husband pedaling a belt or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna be sitting down a street corner with a cardboard sign
Yeah.
saying help, help. But,
Yeah. I just have
Yeah.
propane heater.
So you live in New Mexico?
yeah. I'm very close to the museum that does the long walk that you guys are talking about. It's the long walk is the Navajo.
Yeah.
And it does explain a lot of, side stuff about the chase. I wouldn't say for the searchers themselves, it was a major thing. It's not like it's going to lead you to the clues in the poem.
You freeze up? Yeah, both of you did. So it must have been I wasn't receiving you for a second. So
Did you hear me?
Yes, me.
So it
You two
Yeah,
were
it doesn't have to do with the clues in the poem. You can still get to the spot without it. But if you want to know more about, background stuff, yeah, the long walk. That's where he's got that picture in the book, and he is out and he's walking. It's the long walk. They started at a full moon, and I think when they arrived, it was a crescent moon. The one with the bird in it. But you don't need it to, I don't believe you need it to solve the poem. It's just kind of nice to know. Because if you
So,
want to look it up.
so it's been said that Jack found the chest but didn't solve the poem.
That's so the story goes.
But that
The
doesn't make any
narrative.
sense, does it? No,
No.
because Forrest Fenn said that the finder would have went through that poem and would not just stumble upon that chest.
You can't stumble upon it. No, you cannot
He
stumble
said
upon
without
it.
the poem, without the map,
because you
and
had to have
without
the bullet to find the chest. You had to have the bullet first.
Yeah,
So that
well,
doesn't-
the bullet has to do with the chest, yeah.
yeah. So you think they solved the poem?
Because the bullet's the only thing that'll take you straight to it.
Yeah. Mine,
Yeah.
my solve is on his stream back, I don't know, 11 months ago, 10 months ago. It's the 8-hour one, and it shows the picture with the horses.
That night I
And-
lost sleep.
Huh? But mine is different from what the others have been looking for. But, I can answer every question. I can relate every statement and give you a reason. Nothing is left to the imagination, shall we say.
So you believe that your spot was the wrong spot and that
No,
it
it's
was in
the right.
Wyoming?
It's right. It's right. It's not in Wyoming. Nor was the poem. The poem expressly tells you it's in New Mexico.
So do you believe that that will ever be said, that your spot was the right spot?
Who knows? Who knows?
You don't know.
Nah. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't, because there's no monetary value behind it. You know, it's not like if you found the bronze box, but find me one instant, just one, where he officially wrote in a book, or you see him in a past interview, not a new one, okay, where they could doctor it up. Find me one where he says, I, Forrest B. Fenn, buried or hid this bronze box. He doesn't. It's nowhere, because he didn't. He just didn't. And the bronze box was a jump that everybody took. Think about it. You know, oh, I saw the box there, and then I went in and it wasn't there anymore. Well, you know, give me a little bit more than a leap of faith. And how did it work? Well, all they did was insert an emotion. That's it. You know, desire to be rich, desire for fame, desire to be nowadays Prince Harry and Duchess Meghan. I mean, you know, they're after the same thing. So if you allow an emotion to be inserted in about how you're going to spend this money, or how you're going to be generous, or how it's all about you and your decisions, you're going to search for a bronze box. It was very simple. And
Right.
you'll believe anything he says, but you give me a statement and I can answer it. How about this one? This is a good one. You will not find it where it was hidden. Oh, I can answer that. It's because it was hidden in one place and you have to go to another place to find it. You begin in Taos County, and guess what? You return to Taos County. And that was the book that Bill has, you know, Return to Taos. Mm-hmm. You know, my solution covers, it could basically cover any statement anybody wants to come up with.
Right.
So, and it's not monetary. Why are no income taxes a problem? Well, because you ain't getting no money. That's why they're no problem. I mean, that's the easiest one.
No, but he mentioned that he could, like the stars, like were made stars. Somebody made them famous. They didn't do it on their own. Somebody propped them up to make them
here's the thing. I will not worship any human being, period.
Yeah.
And I wrote an email, multiple emails to him about that. I said, I'm not worshiping you. And you remember the thing that came out and he's reading the Bible? Well, you know, and then once upon a while, if you look at the one where he uses pony something or other, and you know, the background is the King James version, which you can reproduce without copyright infringement because it's free on that Google whatever. And so yeah, I said I wouldn't worship him, and I won't worship any of his family. Sorry. You know, if that's what they're looking for, forget it. They ain't getting it from me. So
the documentary I'm in is airing on May 31st.
May 31st? Is that the one with your family?
Yeah, about Rogers Rangers. But I found out who's playing Robert Rogers, what actor, and so I found his video of the films it's a collage of films that he's in. So I just let me see, that's it there. I'll share that and play.
I miss you.
You should have done what you said you were going to do.
I know, that's why I'm calling. Your boyfriend, but didn't she tell you? Hey, all the romance at Christmas, it's all just make-believe. I'm not gonna leave you. I've seen you these 10 years, and now I'm like a Johnson. You appear at my door. For a purpose. Something.
I'm seriously.
He even played Billy.
Looking at me.
Amazing, huh?
Dropping you off. There aren't any close spots. You have an anger problem. Only if you promise not to start hitting me, okay? Joey, I know this sounds crazy, but whoa, relax. This is the best ice on the market.
Richard the Ruthless.
Yeah.
Aren't they always?
Lies.
Ah,
What do you mean I love you? Yeah, that's all.
He must have played a bad guy, him one,
yeah.
because he,
He spends our nearby and immediately requisition.
Here, the guy in the-
One way or the other.
okay, the guy here he's wearing the red
Oh,
vest.
okay,
and
the red. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, give me a color.
he's playing the part of my cousin Nathan Hale, who Robert Rogers captured and turned over to the British and was hung.
Hmm.
So so he's playing a part of the guys getting hung, but the guy in the green coat is
Mhm.
the guy he's playing in the documentary I'm in.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
So I let
Alright.
him know that, hey, did you know that the man who captured Nathan Hale was Robert Rogers?
Hmm.
Uh,
Wow.
you know, so I said, you've played both sides now. He's like, wow, that's amazing.
That is, that is. Ooh,
Ooh.
ugh. So
Ooh.
that was what date? March, what, 31st, you said?
Oh, May 31st.
May 31st. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, so I got ways to go yet. Okay.
Season 3, episode 6. You think season 3 would be, because they're playing season 2 right now. And I
Oh,
thought,
are
oh,
they?
what, they're going to do it next year? No, they're doing 2 seasons this year.
Oh, okay.
So 2
All right.
seasons are coming out this year. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, season 3, episode 6.
I'm gonna try and change the lighting. One moment.
Yeah. I got to keep an eye on that power. Don't let it go out again. And Jack wants in, of course. What do you think of that background, Barbara? Show you the whole thing. Oh, did you see
Ah,
the
that's
elephant?
You can
Gray
see me a little bit better.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I switched the lights. I'm
Yeah,
not
so-
used to being out here, but the other room is a mess.
There's an
So,
elephant trunk going across the top, greenish yellow. Yeah, there's a couple elephants in there. I gotta let Jack.
there's
in.
a creepy looking lady in there. Did you paint me in there?
For every
Good
picture,
Lord.
there's a crazy lady or a creepy
There's a
looking
crazy
lady in
lady in every one of them. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah. 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 I'm in a house. We're working on it slowly.
What?
But now that I'm unemployed, that kind of cuts the money a little bit. But
Yeah,
oh well.
I found a program that I could that because the VA their standards are too high, so I have to go through some other lender, and then I found another
Ah.
program that cuts out and all that. So I think I might have a way to get a place.
Well,
that-
like I say, you can move to New Mexico. My shack didn't cost much at all. You know, of course, it needed everything, but we lived in it during it.
well, no, I want to be closer to my grandkids.
Yeah,
You
Wow.
know,
yeah,
they're
it's just,
they're all up here.
yeah, it's just hard to afford it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I see the floor.
I got a call for a reminder. I got a CAT scan, a heart CAT scan. They
Do
scan my
you?
heart once a year.
Wow.
CAT year to make sure that my aorta hasn't gotten too big. It's
Okay. All right.
getting close to where they got to keep an eye on it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. My husband has to get, I don't know what he gets every so often, like every year.
Yeah.
But whatever. You know.
But yeah, and I think then they give you one from a pig.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well,
His biggest problem is his pacemaker. I'm gonna be out on the street with cardboard signs saying I need money for the pacemaker. I was working for insurance.
they're made to be
But
compatible with your blood type and all that.
oh
They
yeah?
basically pig human DNA,
Well, what's your blood type?
huh? A
What's your
plus.
A plus? Oh my goodness. I'm O plus. I can donate. Haha.
Yeah, for my associate degree, I got 18 A's, 2 B's, and a C. I got a lot of
Yeah.
A plus.
A pluses. A lot of A
I got A plus
pluses.
at University of Oregon. I got an A plus in photography.
Oh yeah? Oh
And
cool.
maybe that picture right there.
Yeah, you could see. Yeah.
It's
I was
a
just-
photograph of the landscape.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You
don't
can
know.
see
It looks like a praying mantis or something right over your head.
it's like a palisade with some plants in it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. There's a lot of weird animals in there that I could see.
Yeah.
Now, if I didn't like the fact that
See,
it chopped off my head, I would switch, but otherwise you gotta see my ugly house.
Barbara sees a lot more of them than you do.
Why?
Huh?
Because it opened up like crazy. Like I
It-
can't look anywhere and not see stuff.
Really?
She's opened the door to another dimension.
And that
we-
door number 4, you know?
We're
Door
not
number 4.
that's why people can't see it. They're not in the same dimension. So they
I
went the
know.
rainbow. The rainbow.
That's
it went
heaven, you know. Door number 4 is blue and it's heaven. Mhm.
up-
Are you guys killing me off?
No. No, it's off
It's
to have
blue
somebody
and
else
it's not-
on.
Go towards the light, Barbara. Go towards the light.
No, I just you know, it's usually just 2 of us on, so it's nice to have another one. Except for there was that other woman on once. What was it, Amy? At the end, we just chopped him right out. We spoke right over him. It wasn't that long. It was at the end. Oh, that one's weird. I see a guy with fangs. You see him?
Yeah. Oh, I could call him Prometheus.
Uh-huh. You know what I don't understand is why all these wonderful, fantastic people with all the research and mythology and all this stuff that I know they're reading because they don't show their face. Why didn't they solve that X marks the spot poem? That really is a zinger. You know, that's when I realize, you know, when they don't show their face, and they're obviously reading it.
Here,
It's
they're
not.
bankrupt. They got millions of dollars and nobody got paid, and they're all hiding. They
Yeah.
have an office with nothing in it.
Yeah. I don't know. Nobody solved that poem, and they're all geniuses, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh no, yeah, but they know who's wrong, and it's not them.
But they
It's
didn't
not-
solve it.
They're not the ones that are wrong. But when it could be that they're completely wrong.
Probably. Hey,
come
we
back to
were
bite 'em on the
driving
ass.
I had a long drive today to the doctors all the way in Albuquerque. And on the way back, my husband decided to play with the iPhone, and he found your little short on your petrified turd. And we
Yeah.
laughed and laughed and laughed. You're petrified turd.
I have it here in this treasure box. It's right here. It's
You
right
put
here.
it in a treasure box.
It's the sacred crystal turd. You've
There
heard
it
of
is.
the crystal skull. Well, this is the crystal turd.
It's the turd. I liked it. I really needed it after that long drive. Yes, I needed that.
It's a perfect specimen.
Yes, it is. It's little.
You can't find a better petrified turd.
I know.
It's
I
the
would
best.
say that it's a true treasure. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. It's the best corporalite on the planet.
Yeah. It was that was funny. So we were looking through all your stuff to see if there was another one to listen to.
I wouldn't sell it unless I knew what it came out of. You can see it's pinched on the end and everything, you know?
You
You
even
gotta have
named it.
Are you gonna have it tested?
Yeah, I think if it was human, it was a child.
Ooh.
because
Was
yeah,
there any
yeah.
toilet paper left behind? with it?
I mean, when I was a teenager, I got accused of, Lincoln Logs. My
You
dad
are
would
so
tell
bad.
me, he'd tell me, you get a stick before you go in the bathroom.
You are so bad. So very bad. But
You
I
gotta
can
break-
see you like playing with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
my dad was a funny guy, and they didn't get the thing about the in the bar of soap in the shower thing. That was a Navy joke my dad told me.
really.
That's yeah. That's a Navy. I was just telling a Navy joke my dad told me,
Yeah.
and they turned it into a personal attack. The doggy wants out again.
The dog wants out. Mhm.
But now look, if you look at let me see, let me get that on here. Yeah. Get that on here. And filter here.
But he had
He's looking something up.
You didn't say what, Bill?
What?
What are you looking up?
This. In the New Yorker documentary. Okay, there are dog comms in the CIA. They have dogs. They had the dog with the red. They did one with the Star Wars, the red and the blue lightsabers. The Democrats and the Republicans are going to war. And it's dogs. That's what they're telling you because it's a red and blue lightsaber. And stuff. And so there are things called dog comms. Watch in this New Yorker documentary, Dale asks the question, what would you do if you found the treasure? And he's asking a dog. I answer, I am Forrest Fenn's dog. You get it? There it is. There. Okay.
All right, here
now,
it comes.
here, it's going to be real quick.
hundreds, if not.
What are you gonna do?
I can't even hear it.
I said it's not enough to take a trip into space. He asked that he says to the dog, "What would you do if you found the treasure?" Right.
Uh-huh.
So here he asks the dog the question, "What would you do if you found the treasure?" And I answer, "It's not enough to take a trip into space."
Goodness.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So today is Yuri Gagarin's birthday. He was the first man to orbit the Earth. The first man to take a trip into space.
Did you go to any of these, Barbara?
No,
Neither did I.
nope.
Did you ever meet
look.
him?
I've never
Look,
met anybody from the chase. I've never
See
met
over
anyone.
Look at the
Okay.
right edge. Let's see the right edge of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's me standing there. Just before, let me see. Where is it? Okay. Get the other shots there. Oh. There's let me see. I got play it and then just pause it. See, there I am in the back right there. And
Oh,
is
yeah.
that the redhead? Is that Lorraine?
I would
Mills?
have no idea. No
That
idea.
might be Lorraine Mills right there. But that's me with my hat, you know?
What year was this one?
And watch.
And of course, everyone was telling him where they were searching.
There I am right there. There's my backside.
What year is this?
2016.
2016. Okay.
Yeah, this
All
is
right.
just before I found the Model A.
Mm-hmm.
So the New Yorker video was last year. So they had to go back to 2016 to get videos with me in the pictures. See, that's
Okay.
my bucket hat was only a year old then.
But
And
he
then
had such a poker face, or at least I never could tell what was going through his head.
but I've looked at it and I'm in like that one with me talking, and then I'm in like 5 other shots.
And of course, everyone
I'm in none.
was
Yeah.
telling him where they were searching.
I know.
But he had such a poker face.
Okay.
Yeah, such a
Maybe-
poker.
Maybe they've edited some of them out since I noticed that I was in there so many times.
Yeah.
Because I saw more. I saw like the talking part and 4 other shots with me in the background.
Hmm.
Okay, and then I'm going to.
Don't you find it amazing that none of this has Jack Stoof in it, the so-called finder?
I'm Jack.
You know?
He's
Yeah.
referring. I'm the Jack.
Jack.
My dog is Jack.
Well, the real Jack. Stand
He's
up.
Jack Sleuth. A sleuth is a tracking dog. A sleuth is a tracking a bronze
Well,
sniff. And
make him sniff bronze out.
I had the first bronze sniffing dog video. They copied me when Cynthia and them did it. When Justin said he had a bronze sniffing dog, they were copying my December 2019 video of Jack claiming he
It
sniffed.
doesn't matter. It's all wrong. There's nothing that says
It
every
doesn't
clue.
matter. They were telling you that the bronze sniffing dog was involved. And
Mhm.
I had the video with the bronze sniffing dog because they are all fake, but they are letting out clues in their stories.
Yeah, well, they ended up with 9 Mile Hole, where I thought she said it was full of toilet paper and human poop. Putting
Yeah,
it
yeah.
politely.
And she
That's where he wanted to die, right there, in amongst
and-
all the toilet paper and the human poop.
Forrest said none of the news people had been to the right spot, and the news people were at 9 Mile Hole.
I know that nobody was at the right spot, or they didn't recognize it, whatever.
Forrest told them that they weren't in the right spot. If the news were there, then it wasn't the right spot.
Then it wasn't the right spot. No.
Or the right area. It wasn't the right area.
No, I've only had one professional photographer, follow me to the hide spot, not the retrieve spot, but the hide spot, because you're not going to find it where it's hidden. So I found the retrieve spot first, and then
One of
the
my-
hide spot second.
One of my Facebook friends is the UN photographer.
Oh God. This guy, he took a picture of me from the back end where I
with-
was carting the chest in my
Pictures with
backpack.
leaders
No.
following-
Listen, you guys said he said that where the spot was, the news people had never been, right?
Right.
Right.
They were never close.
Okay, let me tell you, that had to follow him to his grave.
Yeah.
That statement had to follow him to his grave. Okay, so how
Gonna have to-
is it
nobody's gonna have it
possible?
before you.
No, listen, how is it possible that Forrest Fenn could go to his grave knowing the news people had never been on that spot?
Mhm.
Yeah.
He
Or
didn't
this
say,
was a
he didn't
area.
say.
It
You
was
want me to
just
give
the
you what my
area.
opinion is?
They weren't close. They weren't
You want me
close.
to give
That's
you my
not a
opinion?
spot. A spot is a spot. Close is nowhere near that spot.
You want to give me my opinion is the reason he could go to his grave knowing if the news people had been there, it is not the spot, is because the spot that you go to, you can only get there by zip line.
Mirror spot.
Zip line.
I should have named you Spot, Jack.
Bill, it makes sense. Okay, so it didn't make sense when I was there. The spot that I was at, the only way that you could get to where I thought that the chest was you had to take a zip line. So I
Across-
asked
Whoa.
Forrest Fenn,
That would, forget me. I don't go
Okay.
on those.
but the zip line only owned the other part of the zip line. The house that was on that property where that zip line went to, that island that didn't have any way to go to it except for the zip line, or if you walked the tracks, which was a
Mhm.
train track. Okay, so
Or if you floated down the river,
In
across the river.
a basket, my Moses.
well, again, I didn't hear all those stories, and so I'm
It
at a
is-
spot. But the only way I can get there is
Mhm.
if I do the zip line's not open. So now what I think is I have to go to Walmart because I'm gonna have to get some kind of floating device in order to get to the spot. The house that I was at that looked abandoned,
Mhm.
it had a well outside. On top of this well, there was a wheelchair, and that wheelchair was concreted to the top of this well. And for
Really?
some reason, so he said that he was gonna throw himself on that rock and dare you to come in and get it.
Mhm.
To me, it looked like a perfect spot. It was on the Colorado River, and it looked like the perfect spot for if a fisherman was going to die and decide that he wanted to die on the Colorado River in his favorite fishing spot. They had
Mhm.
concreted that wheelchair to that spot so that whoever sat on that chair could literally die in that chair doing
Oh
what
my
they love to
goodness.
do. And you know how long it would have taken for somebody to notice that that was actually a real body? Because it was across the river and it was private property. So
Yeah.
I send Forrest a message and I say, the property that I'm at is private property. Do I have permission to go on that property? and he says, come back in the spring. And I had, it's winter time, and I say, so in my head, I don't want to leave this spot though, because if I'm so convinced that what I'm looking at is the spot. I'm looking at a wheelchair, and I'm looking at a perfect spot for a fisherman to put himself if he was going to kill himself, and he'd be sitting there for a while before anybody would know. So I asked him again, do I have permission to go onto that property? And he said, no, come back in the summer.
Yeah.
So my thing is the spot that I was looking at, the man who used to live there, they called him Santa's twin. He was 400 pounds. And the only way he could get to and from his property, because the interstate that was put in took this thing that he had that went across the river to take him back and forth. They took it out and they never put it back. So he had to walk the tracks to get his mail and stuff. His name was Joe. His dog, and his dog's name was Bear.
Joe and Bear.
They called him Santa's twin, and the guy was 400 pounds.
Wow. Which state was that?
I'm in Colorado. I was in
Colorado.
I was in Glenwood Springs.
Do you live in Colorado?
No.
Oh,
I just
okay.
went there. I had just left Colorado when I got home and heard Forrest on the TV and decided to go ahead. And I was in Colorado working. So I wasn't there on the Forrest Fenn thing. And I decided to go back. And the warm waters that I passed to get to where I needed to be, to get to Joe's property, I passed the waters where Roosevelt was in those hot waters trying to cure himself from being that walking disease or whatever. And then they had also shut those springs down during World War II, because the soldiers were going there to get rehabilitated. And they were old Indian waters that they had taken over. And it says we're warm waters. And there was 3 warm waters. There's a big one, a medium-sized one, and a little one. And to me, warm waters means more than one. So I had to pass 3 springs to get to my trail. When I got to the property where I think, oh my God, there's something to that. If I would have crossed the Colorado River without Forrest Fenn saying yes, I would have been trespassing on private property, which means anybody who would have retrieved that chest off that property without asking Forrest would have had to return it because they did not ask for permission to get onto the property.
Right.
So it makes sense to me. And I did not know Forrest's background or nothing about Forrest when I left here. I seen him on TV. He said that he wanted his turquoise bracelet. I thought, what makes a man who hid his treasure want something back and not just go get it? And I went for it. That's really all I knew. All this fisherman stuff, that was stuff I was catching up on. The stuff that I made up when I got to my property was stuff that I made up on my own. It wasn't stuff that was fed to me through, I didn't even know you guys had a YouTube channel. I didn't know people were talking about it. It was the first time I'd ever heard of it when I left. Like I said, I hadn't even touched his books before I left.
Yeah.
His books were being delivered to my house. The property that I was at, it was one of those properties where you could reassure yourself, where Forrest could say what he wanted to say and he could go to his grave knowing that it would stick till it was found.
Yep.
Because the only way you can retrieve it is if you ask for permission to get on that property, and no news people are going over there because you ain't taking the zip line. And unless there's something big going on over there at this abandoned property, nobody lived there. The guy had already passed away. And the thing is that the guy had weird things going on like this too. So when I look up the guy who used to live in the house, one article said he was 68 when he died. Another article said he was 86. There was like little weird things going on.
Yeah.
So I took a treasure box to that spot and I left it. And when I left it, I got home, and for some reason, I thought somebody's gonna find that fucking box. They're gonna jump in that river, and they're gonna drown. Because if they were as convinced as me that it was there, and they found the treasure box that I left, I thought it was too much connection, so I called the police on myself.
Yeah, well, that's good.
I tell them, well, you guys go pick it up. And the lady on the phone says, now remind you, I'm in Illinois, she's in Colorado. I said, well, can you get a cop down there to pick it up? It's a scavenger hunt. I don't want somebody to grab it and think and get themselves in trouble. The lady's response was, could you circle that on the map? I'm in Illinois. She's in Colorado. And we're on the phone. Like, there's so many things that did not make sense, but at the same time, I felt like we're pulling at the hook. Like, these were signs like something's up. Now, what that was, again, I'm not saying that treasure box was in my area.
Oh, I didn't know where that box was.
No, the box that got sent to me is supposedly a duplicate.
Oh, okay.
Of a box. But my box is number 29 out of 100. Now, I don't know if you've seen 100 bronze boxes.
Whoa.
But
No.
there are 9 clues. 2 people can know if one is dead. Now look down. So I have box 29. We have 9 clues. 2 people are dead. 2 people can know if one is dead. And then we have the 2 zeros left over, which to me are eyes. So it says 9 clues. 2 can know if one is dead. Now look down.
Yeah.
So I don't know what all that means. All I can do is, for those who have been in it a lot longer than me, like you and Bill and the rest of them, they can listen to my story and maybe they'll go, look in this spot on that bronze box and see if you see this. Or look in your area and see if you see this on a tree. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying? Because I can't say myself was right. What I can say is there was something to it.
I think there's something to a lot of them.
And maybe all of these warm waters and these canyons where we had to go, again, a canyon is a very specific spot we had to go in order to get to a canyon. Okay, so when that map directs us all to a canyon, there may have been signs and symbols in all of those canyons that would eventually lead you to the right one. Do you know what I'm saying? So for us with those visions, we all caught on to what the clues were, thinking that that's the absolute spot and not believing that they could be clues leading us to the right canyon. Because again, you go, oh, that's hard to do. No, again, it says take it in the canyon down. So now we can narrow it down to the canyons in the Rocky Mountains. So if Forrest wanted to put signs and symbols out there, all he had to do was begin it in the canyons, because that's where we were all going. Maybe not the same one, but we were all going to a canyon.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Well, Glenwood Canyon is an awesome canyon too.
Actually, the name of the place was No Name. So I had to go through Glenwood Canyon. I had to go through Glenwood Canyon, which then ended me in No Name.
Of course, he said, "At least I have my name."
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
you know, I was looking through the scrapbooks because I wanted Bill to answer a question that I had for, you were in the military, right?
Yeah.
And there was one where he had the old flag. And I can't remember what number that was. I'm kind of going through all these, on the other computer, 101, scrapbooks, but I thought there was one with the old flag on it, but I don't know what number that was, Because he had his medals on there, and I had a question about one of them because one of them didn't make sense. Because he started after World War II, because World War II was when he was a kid. And I could have sworn one of the medals was a World War II medal. And that was really bothersome. But I'll be darned if I can find.
He went in in 1952.
Huh? Here it is. Nope,
1952 he went in. And he got out
No.
20 years later in 72.
Right, but if he went in 52, World War II ended in 45, right? Roughly
Yeah, he was in Korea War.
46. All right, so where was?
Him and my dad went to the same radar school. My dad won swimming meets in the pool that Forrest was diving in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. No, this one just has a whole bunch of flags on it. This one doesn't have the medals. I thought the medals were on the one with the flags, but not really. Because I've seen the medal and it's on a roadway. I kid you not. But
for?
Huh?
What's it for?
I'll show you. It's the Purple Heart, I think. Yeah, the Purple Heart.
Oh yeah, because he got wounded. He's got 2 of those.
Are they the same Purple Hearts for the different wars or different?
2 different injuries. 2
Yeah,
different events.
But I mean, are the medals the same from war to war or different?
Yeah, they're the same medal basically.
They're the same one. Yeah, because I saw that one.
Because he was injured twice.
Yeah, I saw that medal on one of the highways, and I was like, that's interesting, you know. I also saw the worn out flag on a sign with the wheel, believe it or not. I took a picture of it, but I didn't download it yet. You know, and let me see on scrapbook 239 has a picture of something that looks like my blaze, believe it or not, but it's not the same one. It's very similar. So I thought that was kind of weird. And then there's one on 238 has a picture of him with a guy named Paul. But the picture of him is the same picture of him, I thought, as the one with the bear in the water and the stone in front. It's like there's a lot of photoshopping that went on. It's very kind of strange. What can I say?
Tell Barbara that David Paisano said the lady at the school smoked cigarettes with no names. And Glenwood Springs, Brave and in Glenwood.
What lady at what school?
In the Forrest Fenn school, or whatever, the biddies or somebody. He
The
said,
old biddies? Okay.
I don't know which
The
lady at
old
which school he's talking about.
What is your blaze? Or do you want to tell what your blaze is?
Oh, mine? I had shown pictures of them. Let me go back to that one and I'll hold it up to the camera. I just have one that is similar on one of his scrapbooks. I have 2 because I have 2 spots. One is the hide spot, one is the retrieve spot. Okay, so this one, here it is. I'm going to pick it up and hopefully you'll see it. Maybe I'll be better at it this time. You see that?
Okay.
All right. Juniper bush struck by lightning in a very spiritual section. I mean, I was told by Navajo natives, that it marked the spiritual spot that they would go to, you know, pray and stuff. And that was at the end of his rainbow. And it was the symbol where the end of his rainbow was and the hide spot. So that was that one. The other one was another Navajo piece, but it was a horse's head with his jaw. And it really did look like a horse. It was really weird. And it
Oh.
was a rock formation with a big white blaze on
That's
it.
Snippy had it, it was the first cattle mutilation was a horse
Yeah. Well,
No.
it was
taken off the face.
granite rock, I think, and yeah, it was at the retrieval spot. That's where you
The
look
horse.
quickly down.
It
Yeah,
had to do with UFOs and that one picture of Forrest up the cabin or what there's a UFO up between the trees.
but that one, the stone, now this one was damaged by lightning, but it's petrified, so it's going to stay unless somebody comes by and, you know, does something with it. The other one was damaged 2018, 2019. The jaw that made the horse was gone, and I looked all over the place for it because I was going to put it back. But the main portion you can't move realistically. But I think the cattle there might have stepped on it and, you know, jiggled the poor little thing. So I have pictures of both, all of it intact, and then it broken. And yeah, I think I put it on his stream. So there were two, and his horse was called Lightning in the book. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't like the book personally, and I thought I would kind of like read it, and I'm like, oh, this sounds like somebody who's got a chip on his shoulder. And then after a while, it sounded like he's got a chip on every shoulder. And I didn't like the book. I didn't like it. You know, I have a right to not like it, and I didn't. But you know, and and it was really weird because the picture of him on the horse with, I guess, Donnie or something. They have fishing poles in the back, in the casings. So I thought it was weird because I can't remember if my petrified blaze is facing the same way or facing another way, or, you know, mirror image or something. I can't quite remember.
They were,
but
so they had fishing poles, but they were on top of the mountain, right?
yes, that's the best place to fish. My technical area starts at southern Colorado, goes through New Mexico, and then I found out, I was Googling, and I found out it actually used to go into Texas. So there you go. So it started in the headwaters begins in Colorado, if you want to be particular about it. I didn't draw the map. I got the map off of the
Right.
internet. But and I marked where I got it from as far as the map, but I didn't know that it went all the way down. And stars, you know, as above is below. And if you take the constellations that he was talking about and you reverse them, yeah, you get the same. You know, the left foot was injured, and that was very important. That was the star Rigel, I think, Rigil. I have thousands of pages, and I reduced it down into, you know, sometimes people say, well, you know, simplify it, make it small, make it short, but you make it short and then nobody can follow you, you know, and it's got like thousands and thousands of pages. And it's like, well, whatever, you know, it didn't really matter because there's no money at the end of it and I'm not publishing it. So what do I care, you know? If I were going to publish it.
I think a lot of us are thinking that it doesn't matter, but at the same time, there's a part of me that feels like there will be an end. Forrest says I end. And at that point, what you thought was pointless will come to light, hopefully.
Yeah, but it's no money
Neither
for
was
me.
too. Yeah, no. And I'm not saying that anybody should bet. What I'm saying is, what you've already gotten written, you might
Mhm.
as well keep what you have, because
Yeah.
you may
Yeah,
find out that
I got a couple of those guys. Yes, I do. How did you get them in your hand?
That's in St.
I can't
Elmo.
talk about that.
In St. Elmo, they're really friendly. I have one with them on my shoulder.
They're cute. They're cute. I had a couple of them, but yeah, I don't care. I'm old. I don't care. I really, all I
Okay,
ever
well,
wanted was to be left alone. That's about it. But people think you got something, and I issued that concern to him. I said, that box better appear, because I don't want people thinking I have $2 million worth of whatever. But and I was glad it did appear. It was full of messages. Those plastic bags, yeah, I know exactly what those plastic bags were. I wish he had used mine. I saved mine from the hide. So the coins, the nuggets, he told Sasha, and she finally said something. They all keep it a secret. But she finally said, oh, he told her the nuggets were more unique than the coins. Well, yeah, in my solution, yeah, they are. They're more unique. But he did not, he asked for pictures. He did ask for pictures. And it took me a long time to get the pictures. And they weren't exactly what he wanted. I said, what do you want in these things? He just said, I want the picture of the gold. So he said it was unique, and it's so unique he would know it. So I'm like, okay. So then I looked it up, and yes, it is the most unique.
Like
Of,
my car.
I'm like, okay,
Very unique.
but
Oh yeah, and it was a wrecked car, so it was broken.
yeah, no, it's unique to all, and it's native on the Navajo reservation. What was Navajo land at the time. Right. And the hide spot, remember he talks about the laws have changed after he started the chase, and he went to a lawyer to find out. Yeah, well, the hide spot, it changed. I'm not sure if it changed ownership, but it went under a new designation in 2013 under President Obama. So that made a big difference, because it's in there, but it was not in there as far as the retrieve. I found the retrieve first, then that. And as far as Jack saying, he saw the treasure and then looked up and saw the blaze. Well, hello, that was me. I was trying to find the blaze. And so my ingenuity, I was using what I call a fishing bucket. And it's like an old wine barrel with the bottom taken off, and you put glass in. This way you can see into the water. And I looked down, and I was looking straight at it. And then, yeah, you look up, and yeah, I can find my blaze. So it's almost like they took the so-called Jack Steuss life, and they translated my life into their medical student. You know what they did? I was studying health and came out with a master's of health. They made a mistake at college, and we had to be graduated in the doctors, the MD attire, because they gave us forest green instead of salmon on that part that goes on the hood. And so, yeah, I got a picture of me, and I look like I was a medical student. Well, what can I say? It was funny. It was too late. We couldn't send them back. We were all like, okay, and we even had the green tassel, but that was the dead giveaway. because the MDs have the forest green, but they have the gold tassel. Thing symbolizing that they've reached a terminal degree, like a PhD has the gold. That means either math, depending on what else you're wearing, or it means terminal degree. But we had green tassel, but we had forest green. We were supposed to have salmon and salmon, but whatever, it is like that. And no, I'm not an English major. No.
Damn, we need one of those.
No. I told my husband he found this poem and he says, oh, yeah. He's reading the article and he says, oh, you're good at your English. You can solve this, I'm sure. I was like, no. But my beginning in the poem, I found it in 3 hours and people got really pissed about that one. Well, too bad. I just that way, but yeah. So, and he sent me a congratulations email, and then he asked for pictures. He says, congratulations, and sent him pictures. They asked him of what? He said, the gold. It's all he
My
wanted.
last email
Not
said,
the bracelet. Not the bracelet. All he wanted was a picture of gold. And he would help me figure out how to get it. He said he promised if you told him where it was, he would help you. Well, yeah, he did. But out in the open. And he also did little videos, and I think Dal has those videos. One was the solution on a Post-it, okay, and he showed how to do it, and I was like trying to copy it, pictures by pictures, because that's all I knew back then in the computer. And another one, he talks about him and his father going after it. So, and it wasn't the big brown. Thank you very much. It was not the brown trout. That had nothing to do with it. It was the little guy. And it's named the fastest fish in the West. I went, and when I was doing the hide, I had a whole pile of them in a little bag. I made pictures of me with the bag with all the little guys in there. And that's when the scrapbook, the grandmother with the blue eyes, just looking at them. So, and I was so proud of these little guys. And that was before I put them in the backpack. Had to have an aluminum frame because I don't have no back left. And so I had to hike it down 1 mile, switchback, down, because there's no other way they could stock them. There is no way. You had to do it by human. And I was the last year in 2019. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, 2019, I went and I had to walk down. And that was the last one before COVID came. And I'm like waiting to see if they're going to do it again this year. Because would I do it again? Yeah. Even though I crawled the last bit, I was so glad I have water. Oh my goodness. I didn't need it going down, but that walk up. Wow. I was crawling the last bit and I was like drinking all the water. Does that sound familiar? Maybe he'll run out of water. Leave your partner in the car. My husband had a massive stroke, so he could not join me.
Yeah, leave your partner in the car because the car is his treasure.
Yeah, well, he had to stay up at the top and wait for me, and he was up there. We had a lot of people, but there was a photographer that went down with me and took pictures. And he was following me and he kept asking me, and I thought you couldn't say anything. Remember, keep it a secret. Well, he kept asking me, is there another reason you do this? And I'm like, and I didn't. And he took a picture of my back, and that's where the little guys were. They were all, after I got my bag filled it with water, the plastic bag, and then they put the fishies in there, and then they put oxygen in and tied it off, and you couldn't get that tie off. And I'm like, nobody told me to bring a knife. I don't have a knife on me. You know what I found in my fishing vest? Guess what? A pair of scissors.
Yeah.
The same kind of scissors that were in the chest with the plastic bags.
What kind of fish were in your bag?
The Rio Grande cutthroat trout. The headwaters start in Colorado. There's two maps. Well, there's one map and it'll show you two. It'll show you their native waters. And then because of the invasive non-natives who shouldn't be there, the brook, the brown, and the rainbow would hybridize with this fish, and it would bleed out its good quality, its DNA. And so they would be bigger and they would chase the poor little guy out of his own territory. So there was conservation efforts going on with a whole bunch of organizations involved. And it was supposed to end in 2018. You remember that gut feeling in 2018? Well, let me tell you something. The fishing bladders, B-I-E-R. Yeah, B-I-E-R. The rocks were too big. And they had to re-kill the fish all in the stream and do it again. So his gut feeling was wavering. I couldn't go. Because my husband was getting heart surgery.
Up at the sand dunes, they had catch all you can there was no limit because they wanted to eradicate the invasive.
Yes, they want to get the invasive out. It was a mistake. So the rainbow.
The rainbows, all of them are invasive in Colorado here.
Right. The fish hatchery with the rainbow is in Red River. Okay. And go down the slide where the red is. But that was the end of his rainbow. But they were trying to sterilize these fish. Yeah, right. That's like they're going to mate. I don't care what you do. They are going to have babies.
Okay. So they sterilize the fish. You catch the fish, and whatever they put in the fish to sterilize the fish sterilizes you.
Well, they would stir them with the turkey feather. Does that sound familiar? Yes, it does.
No wonder those guys need Viagra.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
when they do the spawning is in the spring. You won't get it in the spring. You can hide it in the spring, but you won't get it in the spring. You won't get it over spring break because spring break is technically when you hide it.
I was
and
when
you retrieve it.
When the salmon were swimming up to spawn.
Yeah, when you retrieve it, you have to make sure they're not paddling up creek. There'll be no paddle up your creek. Paddling is another term for spawning. And when they're spawning, they ain't interested. They're not eating. They're having babies and they're doing this and that. They're not interested in you going out there fishing.
But you get paddled by Principal Fenn too.
Yeah, well, he'll paddle you in the spring, but June never got paddled. June did not get paddled because at the retrieve, there's no paddling in June. So you hide it in March, and then you have to retrieve it in a different location. You start out in Taos, and then you go all over the place, and you end up in Taos County to do the retrieve, but you can't retrieve before June. You're not going to get on spring break because they're having babies.
They need to make a second trip, and I think the second trip is to search for something else.
You can go as many times as you want. By the way, June 5th,
June
June 5th, the stamp in the book.
Something else.
You remember the stamp in the book, and it kept saying June 5th, and Ben keeps saying June 5th. It's the free day to fish in New Mexico.
Yeah. Well, they had up at the sand dunes in National Park that you could.
It's the free
there was
day.
no
So
limit.
when you hide it or you stock, that's
And-
free to go into the park because you're doing volunteer work. So that
you
day
ever-
is free. And the other day to retrieve, it's found on June 5th, whatever year you want, it's because it's the free fishing day for the entire state of New Mexico. So you go up there without a license.
I
Yeah.
got free fishing day 365 days a year.
Well, yeah, but the average person, he's looking at the average person would need a fishing license other
Yeah.
than June 5th. And that
I have-
explains the stupid stamp. But you won't find it where it's hidden because, well, shoot, it's hidden in the nook of the rocks in a river at the end of his rainbow. And you could look down with on the fish trail, you'll see the cute little blaze. And I'm sure it's on his stream. I'm pretty sure I showed both. It was weird because I was using a different computer and I didn't have a screen share. And I'm holding the stuff up. And it's like, well, I hope you guys can see this. I don't know if you can see it. But that was kind of funny and I'm trying to show it all, but it didn't matter. It answers all questions. You know, after when I was done with the stocking, the end of, it was the last Friday of March, 2019. And then before going to Santa Fe, I did stop at another, it wasn't a park, it was a national forest to see the fish hatchery where they specialize in only that particular fish. And so I did stop off there on the way back. And I went through Santa Fe, yes.
You ever seen where
But
they
he did not see me. Zoe said, go away. And I said, up yours. And I took my pictures with me.
up
you
in
know?
the mountain lakes?
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
they dump the fish in the lake from an airplane.
Yes, but every other place they could do it either by the airplane or by the truck, the Ford trucks, you know? And they have a picture of the fish. And I went to that park and it was called Seven Springs Fish Hatchery. And on that, X marks the spot, you know what the password was? 7 up. Well, Seven Springs up in the mountains, you know, big deal. But I see
It
none
says
of the
lifetime.
gurus could figure that out, you know.
My-
And I'm sorry, the
my-
fishing vest,
lifetime.
the fishing vest has these little spots on them, and they're called post-its, where you put the fly fish, the fly that he shows you how to tie on one of those videos. He actually sits there and tells you what to use when nothing else works. This is a catch-all, and he tells you the size. And he shows you how to tie the doggone fly, and it fits. That's your solution on a post-it, because it fits on the post-it on the fishing vest. I mean, yeah, I did. I stocked them, and then yes, I went to another. I had to go through Los Alamos, up in that area, and into the mountains. And you know, good grief, it snowed. I got scared because I didn't drive in the snow. And I was like, oh no, this is not good. You know, and we got in, they wouldn't let us in the hatchery, so we're looking in the window. And
Barbara
the
Ice Skate
snow
Fest.
came down, and we hid in the truck. We were like, oh, I wonder if we're stuck there. And it didn't, it went away, thank goodness. But I took pictures of it. But that's 7 up, Seven Springs. And that was up in, that's That's a fish hatchery, and they only do that one. What's in Montana? Was it Montana? I think it's Montana. I do know what's in Montana. And I do know why he's told another searcher, well, I bet on you.
According to my sister, Cody was in Montana.
Yeah, there is something else up in Montana. Yes, there's
My
another
sister
part
was
of it.
looking for this guy named Cody forever. She was trying to find this guy named Cody with and he had a 46 Plymouth.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a little treat up in Montana.
She was in love with this guy and she couldn't find him.
I wanted to go up, and he pretty much said, not a good idea. I'm old and my husband's severely disabled. You know, the bears up there can come out, and not a good idea. So I didn't get to go up there, not that I could afford it, but you know, it's just like everything. And 9 Mile Hole, they can't even answer one damn questions. Like, where's their blaze? Oh, it's an F on a tray? You gotta be kidding me. No. It's 9 Mile because of the layout, the spread layout. Oh, and where Warm Waters Halt, you know what? It used to be called Little Yellowstone. You know, when sometimes you can't go back home. Where if you couldn't go back to where you really liked to be as a child, you would go to the nearest. The immigrants had this, where they would leave their one country, the old country, and come to the new country. And you know, it was called Littlestone. Now it's got a new name, and it's called the Yellowstone of New Mexico. And that's where you have to begin it. And where children would have an advantage that adults wouldn't. Well, the adults can't fish in the fish hatcheries or in the children's fish pond. And it's not near anything man-made. Well, that means you got to go down the canyon. 10 miles exactly to the key, and it's pi, 3.14 miles exactly to the spot. You see brown, and you cross the creek, because you can't see the blaze unless you cross the creek and get on the other side and sit under the tree or hide behind a tree. And he told Cynthia, I think he finally released somewhere, that he said, oh, after it was found, which meant it was stopped, he's going to hide behind a tree now. Well, yeah, because now you go and you fish it, but they're skittish. And if they see any shadow at all, they'll bolt at, oh yeah, they pull in all their fins, and guess how fast they go per mile? Miles per hour.
50.
22 miles per hour with all their fins pulled in like a bullet.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, so there's more than one way to look at it.
well,
But mine answers all the questions. Does 9 Mile Hole answer all the questions? Does it have an answer to everything he said? And no, I did not see him live once. The problem is that when he talked, people already had an image or a place in mind, and they didn't know. He didn't say, I'm talking about the hide spot or I'm talking about the find spot. Guess what? They're in two different worlds. That's your two omegas, fine. That's your two omegas. There, and it's two ecosystems. So when he talks about, oh, you'll see sage, and oh, and you'll smell this, which world is he talking about? You got to know your geography a little bit and research it. He didn't lie. You just thought it was one spot, or you weren't listening to what he was saying.
You would smell pinion nuts because Moses was carved out of pinion pine. Therefore, he had pinion nuts.
Well, you know, it was found. If you look in the one ecosystem, it's described exactly as the find spot. Lush vegetation, ponderosa pine, Well, yeah, that's what it looks like when you go down that switchback trail to do the stalking. But when you go to do the actual fishing, you're going to have to come up to the other ecosystem, which has sagebrush and different. It was a whole different environment. New Mexico is the only one. It's, yeah, two seas. Two seas. He made a big thing about seas. Well, the high spots started with a C and the fine spots started with a C. So yeah, I mean, I know I never saw that he lied. And I can honestly say, I didn't watch I wasn't one of those real nutcases that printed everything out, and, recorded everything. But what I did see, no, he never lied. Never lied. His signature is not his legal signature, by the way. It's a forgery. And they make us think about that on X marks the spot. You can sell anything you want as long as you don't forge the individual signature. That signature is not his legal signature. So even on the so-called court document, no. It has a fishing in the second F. That's not his legal signature. That's his chase signature.
Jack Stoof told us in the Remembrance for Forrest Fenn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good, you got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna search for the words so I can get there quick. Fine. And I want to look for quotes. UUOTE.
Yeah, the quote's popping up. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I don't know anything about crying. I don't know. I don't remember. 25. How about grid search? I did a grid search.
Here, we're talking about what I'm showing you right now.
Yeah, let's see.
He said, I realized he had been right and started to get annoyed that I still couldn't stop his quotes from popping into my head, even after the case was finally done. Okay, now I'm going to go find the next time here. And he says, now that it's gone, I am no longer annoyed. Those Forrest Fenn quotes are still rattling around in my brain. His words will live with me and every searcher out there for the rest of their lives. The words that are quoted will live in him. Okay, what is quoted? He said, the first line of the New York obituary calls him eccentric, but these are New York obituary quotes.
Right.
Those are Forrest Fenn quotes.
They're not his quotes. No, his quotes were different.
But Forrest said, I've been called eccentric, and I'm flattered by that. Forrest once said, because the difference between eccentric and a kook, and an eccentric has money.
Yes.
So we keep going down, we're looking for quotes. And what's the next thing quoted? I know what it is, but right. Oh, I missed it because there's a blaze is in quotes. So far, all we've had in quotes is he calls himself an eccentric, basically. And now we have a blaze is in quotes.
Yeah.
But the other one above that, so I missed it somewhere. Right there. Magic bullet.
Yeah.
Is in magic bullet and blaze.
Yeah, but he also talks about selling.
No, there's no buts. There's no buts. There's no other words in quotes. There's no buts.
It pulls things in and takes off. That's why you
are the
can't.
words quoted in there, right, Barbara?
You can't stumble on it because it takes off like a magic bullet.
Stumble on it. I didn't stumble on it. I went to the wood. I followed the instructions. and I went straight to it. I did not stumble on it. Ah,
Yours is different than mine, but Moses is very important to both of us.
no, I
Double
did not
blazes,
stumble on it. I followed the
double
phone
blazes is
and I
very
found the
important.
wood, and I was looking in the wood.
My wood is different.
I don't. Well, my is the word wood. WOOD.
Mine is WOOD.
It was in
My
the D.
husband was sitting in the car.
That's the D, which is the runway where he dropped the tail hook on the anchor on the anchor chain. That's the anchor that tore the ass of his plane off. It's no anchor on Street's ass, and so he wrecked that plane because it had a bullet hole through the fuel tank. The car had a bullet hole through the fuel tank. It's a rusted
know.
thing that looks like a bracelet.
That's too
The
easy.
seat cushion springs he was sitting on were in front of the car by the creek. You can't add. You got to be able to do math and add it all up. Otherwise, you don't get it. If you don't add all of those together, then all of these things go together, and that's a confirmation.
Hey, you got to translate it
People
to fishing.
aren't capable of assembling the pieces of their Lincoln logs into a cabin, then you don't belong in the chase.
Hey, Bill, did you find the clue in the dust cover of the
Let's see what
very
I got.
first memoir? Did you find the clue?
The what?
Did you find the clue or the hint, whatever it was, in the dust cover of the very first memoir?
Oh yeah.
What was it? What part of it? Find the book. Find that book. I never paid attention to the
made
dust
memes.
cover.
Made memes on it.
I
Unlock
always take it off. It doesn't get ripped.
the clues that are scattered among these pages.
No,
and you
find
can
me
go home
the
with a
clue.
bronze chest that is so full of gold and precious jewels that it's almost too heavy for one person to carry.
Where's the clue? That's the clue?
He said, unlock the clues and you can go home with it. He
No,
didn't
you
say
fi-
unlock the clues and you can find it.
No, find
He said you
me
can
the
go home
clue.
with it. He never said
Find
you
me
can
the
find
clue.
it. Oh, you got to listen exactly what he says.
You didn't read the whole dust cover. Go in the, I think it's in,
But
go
at the bottom,
inside the front cover of the dust jacket.
and maybe the six pack to help celebrate the thrill of a breathtaking discovery.
That's it.
No
That's
shit.
it.
Fucking
Because
Atlanta.
after you're done fishing, not before, after you're done fishing, look at the fishing
Ruins in
videos.
the fingers that
They drink beer
I found his
after
Moses
done
that was
fishing.
the
That was
model.
the clue. It was a fish. And he said if she drinks all that beer, he'll dial 911. Well, she happens to be diabetic and cannot have beer.
He says in Once Upon a While, Moses was an important
Yes.
figure.
Yes, Moses is important because
So
the
why
way
are
you
you
stalk it
discounting
is the
Moses?
same way
Why
Moses
is everybody
was
trying
put
to
in a
put down
basket.
Moses part of it?
Because it
Why
was
is
put,
everybody- it can't be. It can't be that one. And it looks just like the one that I found in the rock. And it's right
Well-
there in the canyon down.
Moses is important because the fish is
It's the
placed.
model for the
in
wooden
it.
Moses. The wooden Moses.
How about,
the
hey,
fake
Bill,
plays.
how about, did you dip your toe in it? Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Did you
Hmm?
dip your toe in it? What does it mean?
Oh, yeah, I have to think. My brain's scattered right now.
Because you're all worked up.
No,
It's all worked out.
because it's frustrating to tell people things, and it goes in one ear and out the other. There's no, hey, you got a point there.
No,
Nobody
he
has
does have points there.
got a point
You
there.
do have. You do
Bill.
have, I told you. That's why
Huh.
I asked you, when did you figure out double blazes? Because it is 2 blazes. You do have points. And Moses, yes, Moses is a very important.
I'll get the
Now-
picture of the places up here.
Dip your toe in it. Did you dip your toe in it? What
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
do before you jump in the bathtub?
Okay, did I dip
What
my
do you
toe?
do?
Let me
Test
see
the
here.
water before you jump in. Dip your toe in it means to test the water. You either are putting hot beverage into a cold cup or cold beverage into a hot cup. It doesn't matter. You must acclimate. So when you take the baggie of the fishies and you can't just release them into the water, they'll die of shock, because the water could either be too hot compared to them or too cold compared to them. So you take the baggie like a fish tank and you dip your toe in it. You put it into the water, and when the bag and the water seem to be the same temperature, then you may take your knife that I didn't have, and you open the bag, because you could never get that elastic off. Trust me, I was like, oh my God, can't get this off. And I had no knife.
Did I dip my toe in it? You want to know if I dipped my toe in it?
I dipped my toe in it. I had to wait until the water was the right temperature, regardless of whether it was, because you could feel when you put your hand in the river and you have bad, you can feel that they're not the same temperature. They have to be the same temperature. Then you open it and you put them in the rocks with the water so that they have a little cover until they, feel sturdy.
That pool's like 3 feet deep. And
I like yours.
it's like 3 feet deep. It's the bathtub. It's
But he had also talked about,
Maybe
she makes
it's that.
a little sense though, because he also talked about sitting in the water and being able to push the water so that it was the perfect temperature that he wanted it.
Yep. Mhm.
So before I ever heard anything about the dipping of the toe thing, so when I showed up in Glenwood, before I make it to Joe's property, I had
Mhm.
stopped at the train station, and there was
Yeah.
only one guy in there at the Glenwood train station, and I asked
Mhm.
him if I could get across the tracks, and he said no. And I when I went to leave, we were making it clear to each other that I was not to pass the track. I said, I know, I'll go to jail. He says, no, it's a
You'll die.
felony.
I know.
You'll go to prison. And then as I turn around and I'm going to leave this train station, he says, do me a favor. And I turn around and I look at him and he says, don't get your toe wet. This is the guy who is he's an older male. He's at the train station. He's by himself, but he's obviously running the train station. Okay.
Mhm.
So it's not until later on that I get back and it's time goes by and I'm listening to Gypsy's Kiss and I
Oh,
hear
yeah.
one of them say something about not getting your toe wet. And I said, what are the odds that this guy who works at a train station
They all know. They all know.
would tell me that it would be a felony, which there's some about this felony, to cross the train tracks, which I've never heard of before. People walk train tracks all the fucking time.
Yep.
And then stops me as I'm leaving at this point and says something sarcastic to the point that he says, do me a favor, don't get your toe wet. That's so
Yeah. Don't dip
random
your
and
toe in
rare.
it.
And so
Don't try
again, this is where I sit and I say, we all believe that our solution was right, and we all believe that it was too in our face to believe that
Mhm.
we weren't in the right area.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And all I'm saying is somebody has yet to prove that they have
Mhm.
title to the gold. And until somebody proves that they have title to the gold, maybe we should be a little more open to listen to everybody's story, take in what little we can, because it's hard to take in anything anyone's saying because we're so exhausted
yeah.
from our own solution.
Mhm.
And maybe eventually through talks it will go, you know, because my blaze is a 7. It's a
It's
7
a 7.
or it's white. And you said that at one of your spots there are 7 lakes. That's a percent. That's a direct number. It's the
Mhm.
blaze. You know, it's to me.
Yeah, it could
Another
be the
thing-
blaze.
Another thing that came up was the first time this pareidolia really kicks in, where I'm seeing something I've never seen before. It was a dead stump, a tree, and half of it was knocked over. And it's winter
Yeah.
time, so there's snow on top of it. And my brain said waterfall. And if automatically I asked myself, what would make you say waterfall? It's a fucking broken ass fucking tree sitting out in the fucking field, looking like shit. But to you, right now, it is art. This looks like a waterfall to me.
Mhm.
And when I get over to this spot, I try to move the log. And what I notice is there's rocks stuck in this fucking dead tree. And I'm going, this is so weird. So I just tried to move the top of the tree, which should have been very easy to move. I could not budge it. And I could not figure out why I could not budge it. But people start talking about this petrified whatever. You just said something about petrified wood. And all I'm saying is, I can't say it enough. I think that some of us went out to those Rocky Mountains and there was something, I don't know what Forrest Fenn was capable of, but somehow some of us are being called on. He says there are no hermits. And what I'm starting to think is, without each other, we will never know the solution.
No.
And that's a teacher telling you, you will learn your lesson. You guys will learn to take little bits from each other and figure out the solution, or you guys can all get onto these YouTube channels and drive each other crazy.
I don't go on. This is the only one I go on. I'm
But
banned.
you know, a lot of our solution, they make sense to me. When you tell me your story and why you think that your spot is the right solution, there's nothing that sounds stupid to me. When I look at Bill's art, I see,
Oh, it's beautiful.
I go, it's unmistakable what that is.
Mhm.
But it should be selling itself, and Bill should already be a millionaire. Something's stopping it. And you know what it is? It's all of us getting on each other about you're wrong, and you're wrong, and you're wrong.
Mhm.
Bill's 100% right, maybe. I'm 100% right. We're all what we see, only certain people who went into those areas would be able to see the truth.
Mhm.
And Forrest wanted everybody to go into those canyons, find the truth, and the truth seekers would find each other. We would put ourselves together and we'll become an empire, because what we were able to see, nobody else was.
Yeah.
Again, we were
Yeah.
all taken to a very specific spot. We were all taken to canyons.
They're all
Finn
on a
said-
lower spiritual plane.
Finn said, send me pictures. You know why? Maybe, possibly, because he wanted the best from every single canyon, which means
Yeah.
there wasn't one canyon. He wanted visionaries, and those who went down there and, you know, got that vision. And then I think the only thing that we're lacking now is we all have the vision. We were all in the right spot. We all have $1 million. Without each other backing each other up, he's not giving over anything.
No,
He said
there's no money.
there is no hermits. No. Look, there's money in the abilities that you have abilities that you don't know that you have. When he asked you for those photos, to me, he's getting thousands and thousands of emails from certain people with every fucking solution they think they have. If he's asking you for something, it's probably because he thinks that you have a vision that maybe he likes. So for that area, you were picked. Bill is the $1 million winner from his area. Now the job that's left to do, the one thing we're all asking questions for is, why isn't it over? And he says, well, because Brown's Canyon, Tucker's Canyon, Black's Canyon, they all have to realize together, they all have this vision. And then together, again, like I was telling Bill earlier, he's a great artist, but he's not a sales rep. But I'm going to guarantee you that somebody went into this Somebody went into this and had the vision.
Yeah. Yeah. But
This need to be-
it's just fun. Mine is fun because I can go back 101 times and get them and take pictures of them and put it back. You know, you take it and then it has to go back in peace because it's catch and release. So you can't take it home. Not from the spot. Not from the
No,
spot.
no,
Oh, whatever.
I say that he had in mind that somebody is going to reap great rewards from figuring it out.
Nah,
There's-
his family, his family. But no.
There's no dead
No.
end finish to this.
No, I just don't believe
is
there is
still
any money
The
in it
act-
for somebody who is not
we're
related.
just in Act
you
12,
know?
Act 13 right now.
It's somebody who is related, they get the money, we don't get anything. You know, we
You know-
get, ooh, you
I
know,
understand he had to keep it secret until his probate was closed.
it is closed, it's closed,
No,
it's been
isn't.
closed.
No, it
Yes,
is
it
not.
is.
Is
closed.
Mexico Supreme
There's no lawsuits out there. There's
Oh.
nothing credible out there.
Show
It's
you.
closed.
Let me show you.
Don't go into something where somebody photoshopped something because, you know, forgeries run amok. You know,
Okay,
it's gotta
so-
come straight from the court.
Okay, so Finn's dad was a teacher. He says he wants to touch just as many people as his dad did. National Geographic's come in. He sends everybody to the Rocky Mountains. He says, take it in the canyon down. Do you know how much knowledge you just gave me about some fucking trout fish I didn't know shit about? Do you know how much knowledge Bill gives you about the art that's sitting in them canyon walls?
Yep.
You know-
Oh, I've seen his art plenty. Seen his
Okay,
art.
so this is now you put a book together on facts of the Grand Canyon, the knowledge that you give that you put into a book, and now why do people read that instead? Because these were all fin searchers. See, there's something everybody's so pissed off because they don't think that their solution's being listened to. And everybody's solution, when they tell me, it totally makes sense to me. You know, with
Yeah.
your fucking faces are the white and the way. Why are you seeing horses and fucking rocks? And I'm seeing and fucking shit and fucking rocks. And Bill's seeing shit and rocks. And we're looking for a gosh damn treasure.
So we must
You know how many
always
people
have
go out-
that.
You know how many
Okay,
people
some-
go out
some-
looking for fucking gold and come back going, I got fucking paradolas. I seen the fucking blazes and fucking cow that was
somebody
coming out of the
asked me
fucking
to-
side of the mountain.
Somebody asked me to prove something, and I want to
Go for it.
without somebody saying something over.
Y'all
This
killing
is
me.
New Mexico courts case lookup. These are other cases where Forrest had to people for writing them bad checks. Here is Forrest Fenn, plaintiff, party type in the matter. So
But they're all closed.
what?
They're all closed, aren't they?
No,
What's
they're
open?
not. No, they're
What's
not. Look
open?
at here. Let's open this. Right here. Right here. Record. The proper record filed. Record proper index. This was stuff filed by what's his name? McCracken. McCracken
He's
has
done.
filed all his papers and it's waiting for the Court of Appeals to review it. So stop telling me it's over.
Who said it's over?
I said it's over. But
No.
isn't the
Right
estate
here it's still
closed?
open. Nothing's been filed since September when he filed an appeal. It's in the New Mexico Supreme Court. District Judge McCracken.
So what else is
appellate.
open besides McCracken?
Person appealing is Jamie McCracken, right here. Jamie McCracken is appellate.
Put it, can you screen share so I can see it?
Oh, I thought it was.
All right, let's see.
Matter of Forrestburg Fenn. Nobody's
Oh.
filed anything since September 20th.
It's
Nothing's-
not closed yet?
It's been filed. It's been filed. It hasn't been reviewed. by the appeals court. It's still open.
Hey,
I don't, when I know the fact, it really bugs me to be shouted down, told that I'm not right. When the facts
So-
are,
all right, what other one is still, so we gotta sit here and wait for an appeals court for years? How long do they get?
they could be it could be 6 months to 2 years.
2 years? Well, that was what, the 22nd, you
on when
talking
they
the
wanna get off.
24th?
It depends on when them civil servants want to get off their ass and do their job.
I think I heard
No
from
kidding.
I think I heard from Powell though, they didn't think it would last long.
They what?
Yeah, they
They
thought it
didn't
would
think
be
it would
over
last
by now.
long.
They thought it would be over by now.
I thought it was done.
No, it's in plaintiff, but appellate, and the plaintiff. So you know, McCracken's appealing the decision in the probate, and it's
Cause
waiting
he
for.
gonna be cracking that whip until we get it together.
It's in
we
the
gotta
New
wait.
Mexico.
Uh,
New Mexico,
These
right
guys-
there. New Mexico Court of Appeals.
Hmm.
It was filed on 9/9. It has
That's
not. there's-
why I thought it was over. That was September.
Yeah.
Well, is that the only one now that's still
All there
open?
is the last thing was them saying that the proper paperwork's been filed for the appeal.
That's it.
There's no decision.
Is there any others open? Not that it's gonna
No.
matter if this is gonna take 2
No,
years.
this is it. That's it.
That's it. So it's only one left.
That's Summer's only interest, because once that's done, and whoever Doug Preston or Steven Spielberg or George Lucas, whoever he left to execute the final end, will step in when this is complete.
Wow. So what is this guy? What was that guy suing for? What's he suing for?
He's claiming that he figured it out and that Forrest Fenn was raped some girlfriend of his and all kinds of crude, rude stuff, made up, exaggerated, delusional nightmares. You know, and he was trying to
Usually-
extort money from Forrest. He was trying to extort money from the family.
Yeah,
Or
well,
he
he decided, it was on Harry's site. They decided to sue the
yeah,
family.
Harry is McCracken.
Okay,
McCracken is Harry.
but they could always see if this guy is even sane. You can order for a court ordered, competency.
Well, he's the son of a bitch holding it all up. I'm not holding anything up.
Me neither. I'm just trying, I'm gonna be dead by the time I die.
Any aggravation, anger that's people. Forrest started this,
Mhm, mhm.
and they know they are pissing off. We're going to piss them off, and see how far we can push them. Doug Preston, I like to push my characters to their limits. That's a quote.
Mhm.
I've heard him say it more than once.
Well, I probably won't live long enough to see this. Right there going.
People try and forget too that I had a 24 minute conversation with Lorraine Mills on the phone.
Really? I didn't know about that one. When did you have that?
Year and a half ago,
Oh,
years.
okay. All right.
maybe.
Might have been.
3 years now since he said it was found, you know? And
Yeah,
how long
that's
drag
ridiculous.
this out? You know? It's not the frick people get their lottery money faster.
Oh, I know, I know. So,
Billions. They get billions faster than and it's supposedly just but that's why it's got to be bigger than the treasure chest. It has to be bigger than the treasure chest. They wouldn't go through all this for that, for just the treasure.
I don't know, when you go through your solution, yeah,
It ain't-
there's money at the end of your tunnel, but when I go through
Yeah, but-
mine, no, it's no money.
But the treasure is not worth making all this drama out of it.
No. No. By the time they're done, then who's going to care anymore? You know, I mean, there's some young searchers, but you know, good grief, a lot of us are kind of up there. You know, so I won't say it. I'm gonna live with mine. I like yours. I really like a lot of pieces to yours. You know, so if I had to see two things, yeah, I like yours. I like your double glazes. That was pretty cool.
That's what I was.
You know, but at the same time, you know, I don't care to wait. I'm certainly not going to spread drama and nonsense waiting, you know. But that's so September 2023 is only 1 year. September 2024 is 2 years. You know what? By that point, you know, I think I'll live with yours, Bill, and I'll live with mine. I'll go fish and I'll live with yours for the treasure of money, fame and fortune. I like your Moses though.
Looking for my picture of the blade, the two finger blaze. Yeah, I've got it somewhere in here. Oh,
How about that? How about the house? Do you know if the house sold yet?
No, it hasn't.
It hasn't. Did they reduce the price at all?
Apparently, the deal on the gallery fell through too.
Yeah, I heard that one, but I don't keep track on everything. I don't watch the others. Sometimes I fall asleep to them. You know.
I think the historical people of Santa Fe didn't want the gallery being torn down. You know,
That's a good one.
Where's my double blazes meme thing with a picture of it? You guys probably can't even hear the music that's playing here.
Nope.
I just have it low so the speaker doesn't turn off. Isn't here? Oh, I have that picture here. Folder. But you know, when you're looking through a folder with 100 pictures in it, you cruise right over and I didn't even notice it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like it just did there. But here, I'm going to show you Go in Peace.
Oh, yeah.
There, share. There's Go in Peace.
Wait.
Oh, there it is.
That's a good one.
Peace.
Go in peace. All righty.
Where is it? Where's my thing? Wait, okay. Here's, see the eagle down here? See the eagle in the crescent? There's an eagle where it sees white head.
Oh, my.
Got a nest in there.
Huh.
And here's the guy bending over, that shape.
Oh, I see an eye in there. Wow.
But that eagle is right here.
Oh, yes.
See,
Yeah.
this is just an enlargement over here.
Oh, I see. Wow.
And there's the Great Bet bottle. See, it even has a label right there, the circle label.
Yep.
There's the hand of God pointing at me. That's with the Jamie drawing.
Yeah.
Drawing. Somebody, I found that on Reddit. Somebody had posted the picture of Forrest pointing at me. Look at the hand. It's the same hand.
Yes, it is. That is really, wow, that's creepy.
Did he know that would happen? That the camera, if I point this way, camera's gonna.
Then there's big old Leroy behind him.
There's Forrest pointing.
Yeah.
See, here's the hand. The hand.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Boss hat. The hand of God.
Wow.
George Washington, there's his hand, you know. And then the Bella drawing. You take the hand from under the table and flip it over. I took the hand down here and I flipped it over and pointed it at Bella's finger that's pointing there. Look what's coming, you know. And then this is from Dale's, and there's the hand again. See?
Oh, yeah.
Right here, he was granted me title. That's granting title to the gold right there. My hat's off to you.
Hats off to you. Yeah.
There's the lumberjack.
Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's nice. You sure did get around. Oh, there's my baby.
That's Moses on the second step of his den on the precipice. It's not on a precipice. Moses is on a precipice.
Nah. What is that? That's in his den?
Yeah, that's where he died. That's where they found him.
Oh,
In front of Moses on the second step. He died on these steps. They thought he tripped the steps.
Oh, I see.
But he died right there where he wanted to in front of Moses.
I think I got it.
Or that's the last place he was conscious. Yeah, well, he died in bed a day or so later, but no,
Oh, that's right. That's
that's
right.
where he was unconscious.
There, I got my finger off my phone.
Unconscious there.
I had to plug in.
Hmm.
Plug in.
Oh, I gotta start my generator.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had to move to plug in. Let's move. Oops. Had to plug in, plug in, plug in.
I'm still here.
I had just put my thing on.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, I gotta turn the volume up on this one.
Yeah.
There.
What
Yeah,
happened? You ran out of juice?
yeah. I didn't get the generator started in time again.
All right, let me
That's
see.
why I'm gonna get a UPS that'll run the satellite for like 10 minutes or something. That way, when the other battery goes dead, I know I got 10 minutes to get it started. You know, I have a second battery, so the main battery goes down. You know, you only got a short time to start the other one. It's such a pain in the ass, electricity going here.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me see. I think I can change my background. 1420. Let's say background.
Yep.
How do I add one? Virtual video advertising. No, I got that cat on trouble again. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to try and find a different background. Let me see. Move up.
There.
Desktop.
What was that?
Who's beeping? Who's beeping? Let me see. Where is it? Let's see, it's called.
Did I turn that one on? Yeah. They're both off. I wait for Starlink to reconnect, and here I'm back. Okay, now where was I? I was trying to show you some pictures. I was trying to show you the blade or the double blazes that I found.
The double. Oh, you were looking for that. All right, let's see.
I'm still looking for the picture.
That's all right.
I got thousands of pictures. That's just one of them.
I'm going to find the picture of my log. There was a log in mine. There it is. Open. Let's see. There's my log. Check it out. Let's see. See it? That's my log. I couldn't climb over it. I crawled under it. See? There was a log. Yes, indeedy.
Oh yeah. We found the log from 9 Mile Hole.
No, it's not 9 Mile Hole.
We
It's
checked
the
into
end of
the
his
campsite.
rainbow. It was the end of his
There
rainbow.
was only about a 2-foot part of the log left. Somebody before us had burned it in the campfire.
Ridiculous. Let me try Here, I'll get her a picture of my babies. Let me see.
Really? Where?
Let's get a picture of me babies here. Delete that one. And let's get that image. I'll find the babies. Let me see. Let's see. There's my Ford truck. Here's the happy grandma with her babies. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Do you see my that was a happy grandma. And I look like such a doofus with my hat. And those were the little guys.
Yeah.
I look so silly. No,
What's in the bag? What's in
I'm
the
not
bag?
sure. I'm not sure if that's the one I showed him. Ooh. Yeah, let me see. Let's try a different one. Ooh, let's see. Get rid of that one. Let's try another one. Let me see if I've got a better one of the babies. I wonder which pics. This one is pretty. This is the one. Or was it a different one? I think it's this one. Let's try that one. All right, let's go with that. There is my babies. There they are. Okay? That's how cute they were.
And then you just let them go. You take them somewhere else and let them go.
Yeah, we take them down. It's like a fish tank. You have to acclimate the
Oh, they're
water.
fish. I'm trying to figure out what it was.
You know? That's my plastic bag. And there's my home of brown. See, the brown bear is a symbol of the Department of Game and Fish. It's also the rock formation that's up in the mountain. You know, when it's up in the mountain. So that's my home of ground. And where warm waters halts is every single fish hatchery, basically. And so it's underneath there, and here they're scooping up the fish and putting them in my bag. That's the plastic bags and the treasure chest to me, anyway. Me anyhow. So that's me. And now I have a reflection. Oh, what is wrong with the lighting in here? It's kind of crappy. Maybe if I tilt this up or down. I don't want to go too far because I got PJs on. They're let me see. The Grinch. They're the Grinch. So I don't get all dressed up for a Zoom. I'm not one of those YouTubers who's got to put all her makeup on, make sure all of her tattoos show. Forget it. You got me as I am. That's it. But the only problem I don't like about these backgrounds is that my head looks weird when it moves around, you know. That is the only thing I don't like about them. But yeah, that's my babies, you see, and they're unique because most of their spots, particularly as they grow up, are towards their tail. Oh, there goes one cat behind me. I'm going to get rid of this and put the regular thing on. It's driving me nuts. Yes, I see you, kitty, kitty, kitty. Virtual background. Let's get rid of
Cat wants to fish.
Huh?
Catfish. It's catfish. Yeah.
Let's see. There we go. Ah, back to normal. There we go. Yeah, my cat wants to eat fish. Yes. I want to go fishing. I'm gonna go now that I'm not working. Woohoo. You know, I want to go back up to Colorado because it was beautiful up there. And
Yeah, I get to see it every morning when the sun comes through my window. I go out and get a picture of the sunrise, sunsets.
yeah. Kitty, what is it that you've got to have now? Huh? What do you have to have? This is my. I had to come in here because I had to plug in. I was running out of juice, so I had to get into this other
My
nightmare of a
computer's
room.
telling me plug in. And I'm like,
Mine started.
get it in
You're
the hole.
screen sharing. You're screen sharing, and I'm like running out of battery. Woohoo! That was bad. Very bad. But tomorrow I got to get up. I had the doctor today. I got the dentist tomorrow.
Boy,
You know? Yeah. And for some unknown reason, my teeth won't stay white. They turn like brown, and I don't know why. I drink coffee, but I don't drink that much coffee, you know?
they're putting poison in the water.
They turn, you know, it's just so annoying because I did everything. I even went and had them whitened at one point. They don't stay white. It's a waste of time, you know? And I think Forrest wrote once in a scrapbook, you know, her worst feature is her brown teeth. Yeah, I know. They're not yellow. They are brown. They're not white. You know? Maybe that's why all movie stars get caps. Is it caps? What do they get on them?
They get implants and stuff.
Yeah, but they cover them all. Maybe because
Porcelain.
theirs are brown.
Or isn't it? Is it porcelain? Not porcelain.
Yeah, but it's the veneers. That's it.
Veneer.
They get the veneer. You know, I can't imagine putting veneers all on my teeth. They're just going to be brown. Oh wow! I don't
You
do
got good teeth?
anything. Huh?
You look at you got good teeth.
Yeah, they're okay. They're just brown. You know, I don't know why. It was difficult. They're brown. Oh well. I don't have the money to make them white. You know, I wish I could just, you know, do a swish but I'm not giving up coffee. At one point I tried to drink it through a straw. So it went my teeth. And you know what? Twice a night it was enough. I said, if it's the coffee, forget it. But I just think it must be in my DNA, brown teeth. So
Dog scratching at the door again.
you got to go in or out?
No, he wants back in.
Oh yeah,
You put a dog door.
He went out when I started the generator. Anytime
Get
he
a
goes
dog
start-
door already, Bill.
he doesn't come back in till I'm doing something.
Yeah, poor Belle.
But
You just let
if I
the
have-
dog go free, so he might as well put the door in.
If I
Yeah.
have him wait just a little bit, he comes in faster.
Like, oh my
I've
God.
been waiting out here for 4 minutes. You know?
Get out.
You are bad. You are bad. Very, very bad.
Yeah, they get them to move faster. I better go in because I'll go open the door one time and he just says there, looks at me, you know, you coming in? No. Okay, I'm closing the door.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
you know, it's winter and 10 degrees out there. I can't have
Ooh.
light on. Wait for him
At
to-
least the door open. Yeah, every so often we get pretty decent weather, then it gets, cold again, then we get decent weather. So I go outside and I try to do work outside. I showed you the outside last time. My pretty little flowers are starting to come up. The tulips, I don't know where their mind is, but it's not time yet. Every year they come up too early. And I'm like, the crocus is supposed to come up and say, oh, it's spring and bloom. And then the tulips are supposed to come up. No, the tulips are up and the crocuses are just thinking about it. So I'm like, what's up? That's not correct. Yes, and I'm getting the front ready for grass seed. I bought the worst dump.
Oh, I found it. Oh, I found the picture.
Didn't qualify. You got a picture of the blaze?
Yeah.
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
Let me see there.
Here it comes.
There they are. The two
Ah!
fingers.
It's
Look,
got
it's
it.
red. It's like a fireplace. It's in
Yes.
red ochre.
I don't know if they look like two fingers or a large enough teeth.
And here's the figure here bending over holding the tombstone here.
Oh,
See
my
the
goodness.
head? It's bent over and here's the tombstone.
Oh, yeah. I should have taken a picture of the praying
But-
month.
Okay. Barbara will see this better than you will. If I rotate it, where's the rotate? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now do you see the cats?
The what?
Cats.
Cats? Like meow?
Yeah, the cats.
Okay, well, I mean,
There's a cat head. See the ears, pointed ears, pointed ears. It's a
Oh.
cat head. There's a cat head right there. There's 3 cat heads stacked up here.
Really?
They're you see cats and you see these, then the double blazes. That's the cow udder.
I was gonna say it's something
When
hanging.
he got flipped upside down by the cow.
Okay.
And he saw
So
cats and cow udders.
well, he did say there were cows, right?
Yeah.
There were cows where I was at the retrieval, not at the hive.
Bessie, the sacred cow created the Milky Way, the canopy of stars.
Really?
Stars come from the sacred cow. Stars
Ah.
come from dairy farms.
so do you
Jerry-
think that when he says, in order to please my spirit, ring my bell, or to please my spirit, ring my bell, that's a cowbell?
And
That's
smile
what
at a homely girl.
No, there's the bells of Coronado.
Bells of course. Oh, yours is different. Okay.
The bells
Mine
of
are the
Coronado.
bells on
Coronado came
within
through here.
striking distance.
That's what the old
Remember
Spanish
it says
Trail is.
striking?
That's Coronado's Trail,
Mhm.
the old Spanish Trail,
Yes.
and that's
yes.
my area.
Yeah, I remember looking up stuff about that. Yeah. My bells are the ones on the fishing pole that ring
Yep.
to let you know there's a fish on the line. The homely girl is the same as the scrapbooks. The female is never colored or bright
Yes.
or vivid. She's homely. And the boy is always like, birds, like cardinals. The female is dull brown and the male is bright red. Same thing with the fish. That's what mine was. Different. Right, Bill? Different.
Uh,
Yours are which bells are you Coronado? Okay. There you go. I like it. Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Cool.
across the road from Thoth, riding the Ibis. Across
Wow.
the road from the door to the schoolhouse.
Huh.
Let me see. Oh yeah, see, there's without it cropped, without the, see there, I cropped it off.
Yeah.
there's the-
Oh, I see. Yeah, crop it off again. It's easier. There you go. There you go. Cool.
Here's the father. The
Oh,
father,
that's pretty.
his glasses, the father sitting there, and the boy is here behind the plant. The
Wow.
faces there
That
behind
is
the plant.
pretty. I like that one. I like that.
Oh, but we go back because you got the biddies boy.
I don't get the biddies at all. I kind of skipped right over them. Oh, there you go. There you
That's the search area.
go.
That's where right by the stout-hearted men. That's
Ah.
see the canoe? See the canoe under there? The canoe and the people sitting in the canoe?
Oh, I see. When you pointed out the people, I could see them and then the canoe. Okay.
Yeah, there's a woman sitting here, but this is an elephant. This is the elephant trunk coming underneath. Woman and this girl here are sitting on the trunk of the elephant, getting loaded in the canoe
Cool.
or taken out. And that's no paddle up your creek because the canoe.
Yeah, no paddle.
And
Oh,
the compar-
there's Moses. I love him. I love him.
So the wood Moses is a replica of the stone one.
Wow.
Well, how can that be so difficult for people to understand?
Moses is very important. I agree. I agree.
That's where see where Moses is right there.
Mm. Oh, yes, there he is. There he is. Okay.
Yeah. That's a photograph.
Yeah. Wow. Was there a river or something below where you were? What was it carved down in there?
Below Moses, yeah, about 600 feet away is the,
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, but there
river.
was water down there. All right.
yeah, it's water below it. And this is Long John Silver. If those be his eyes, and that be his nose, why the nose to the toes points the way to the treasure. Long John Silver, 1950, Treasure Island. And that's Wallace Beery.
All right.
Forrest Fenn would not sell this guy bullets.
Really?
He wanted to buy 22 caliber bullets and Forrest wouldn't sell them. He wouldn't sell Long John Silver bullets. That's pretty brave to challenge a pirate like that, you know?
Wasn't that the name of a fish place? Long John Silver?
Yeah, they're with Taco Bell. They got Long John Silver Taco Bell here.
Okay.
There's Lewis and Clark.
Yes.
See the arm pointing? See the arm pointing out there? The two people here.
Oh, I see him. Oh, I see the other one. Yeah, my Lewis and Clark was the key to the correct fish. The fish that was named after Clark. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Grab all the bananas. There's one banana I don't want to grab. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's very nice.
Yeah, and you see this guy here, his arm is reaching up and he's grabbing his hat. But that's really somebody bent over the top of his head. See, he's standing there and his arm's going out.
Oh, yeah, it's this guy bent. Oh, that's cute. I see the guy bent over. Yeah.
On his shoulder.
And there's a nice treasure box.
There he is, the Fenn, up to his nose in it.
Yeah.
Look at the elephants here, Barbara. I don't
Yeah.
know where she, but look,
Hey.
there's even an
Oh,
head hanging.
goodness. Good
Head
see
up
him.
and head.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is an elephant head. And I looked in here.
Yeah, that looks nice.
That's a nook.
That's a nice nook.
And this is
That's
a
very
nook
nice.
here too. Look
Yeah.
in there. See, that's one other thing cameras are good for, especially a
Mhm.
zoom camera. You can check
Yeah.
spots far away. I'm on the other side of the river.
Mm-hmm.
That's his totem.
Mm.
And you see right here is the profile of Forrest Fenn's face. Here's his forehead and his nose. That's his nose right there. That's his eye. He's looking left. Here's his lips.
Mm.
And then I said, I said, Forrest, that's some old Air Force guy that hid a treasure and got everybody looking all over for it. And I said, who's this guy here? This one here, this figure here. He said, that's George Washington. Huh. There's figures all over this shit.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Look at all that. It's like things going across there. And it almost looks like it says
Yeah.
Jesus.
Almost. There you go. There's mildew.
It's a Gus hat. That's what Gus wore in Lonesome Dove. Quanah Parker, his mother, the wrestler, the cowboy, not him, but the other guy on this was Parker, who was related to Quanah Parker. Because Quanah
Wow.
Parker's mother was abducted by the Comanches and stuff. And Lonesome Dove is tied to the Comanches and Quanah Parker. And at the end of the, see how it says Fenn? F-E-N, and it's the fish. It's the fish. Here's the eye of the fish. These are two fish hooks. That's how I found it.
Yeah. But you really did a lot on the computer.
Look at
Did
that
a
elephant.
lot.
See the
Mhm.
elephant?
Yep. It's a good luck charm.
Right here, this is from the map. So I told you it's related to Lonesome Dove. There's Goodnight's Lonesome
Oh,
Dove.
yeah.
And there's Moon Valley. There's the dove in the Valley of the Moon.
Oh, there you go.
And look, it's SF, South Fork,
South Fork.
like Santa Fe,
Mhm.
SF.
Mhm.
There's the, yeah. Here's the drawing, the outline of these.
Oh,
is
yeah.
Outline of the Denver Museum.
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah. That's the architecture of the Denver Museum of Nature and Science.
Mm. Hmm. That's so pretty. That's nice. Wow. So, Bill, why don't you do a book? Why don't you write a book about yourself with all these gorgeous pictures? and
Write
stuff?
a book. It's complicated.
You know, yeah, that's how I feel.
There's a lot to it.
There's so much. How could you, like, thousands
There's
of
a lot
pages?
to it. Can you see the elephant?
Give me a second. You don't
Can you
stand
see the
there.
giant Clovis Point, the 6-foot Clovis Point?
Yeah, I see that. That.
Okay, this is a mammoth, and that's a Clovis Point in the ribs of a mammoth.
Wow.
And these are all tied together. There's some women I found in the rocks.
Oh man. You got
This
two
one's
bitty,
on fire. She's
two
hot
old
pants.
biddies.
Huh?
You got two old biddies.
Yeah. Find a good looking rock, he said. Those are two good looking rocks.
Those are really good looking rocks. I'm surprised
There's
you didn't
the
find more sexy ladies out there.
That's Blaise Pascal. They do not know it is the chase and not the quarry which they seek.
Really?
It wasn't the other guy that he said. It was Blaise Pascal. Have you found the Blaise? And he said divine, or whatever. Divine was like in the 30s or something, right? Pascal is Renaissance.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
the guy in the Renaissance that quoted. The other guy's a copier. Gotta go
Yep.
back, of course.
Yeah.
There, look.
Aw, that's cute. Wow.
See the
I see a lot of things in those rocks.
yeah, look at this. See the this is a big head. There's his
Yeah.
eyes, nose right there. There's another head right
Oh,
next to him.
yeah. There's some creepy looking things in those rocks.
Right there is a face. But up in here, that's a nook. See, and I climbed up. You can climb up in here. There's a little cave in here.
Wow.
That's a nook. You can walk up. See, there's plenty of place to put your foot on and get in that hole.
I'd be so afraid of snakes.
This is right below Moses. Oop.
Really?
See the guy in the water? See the head?
Oh, yeah.
Tail and back? See the thing flying back off his head? There's the biddies boy.
Yeah.
There he is right there. His eyes, his mouth. Alpha, Omega, Omega, Omega. In the rocks. Alpha, Omega, Omega.
I think you should write a
Cowboy.
book.
He's a cowboy.
Yep.
There's further back. The figures on the side here. This tall guy standing here. There's figures. There's a face on here. See the head right there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see him.
And this stuff is way up on the side of the cliff.
Wow.
See the aliens?
Yep.
This is the Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Here's Alice down here. See, you see her? Her standing there?
Uh-huh.
That's Alice. There's W. Bell. Oh,
Get
oh,
down.
see, there's somebody right here. See the eyes? And a redhead guy right there. See
Mhm.
his eyes, his mouth, and his nose. And then right up here, look, the white rabbit. There's the
Mm.
white rabbit. But look, they're in a Christmas tree. Oh, and the bears are up here. That might have been really bears in the tree. Who knows?
Yeah, well, you know, that's what was up a tree was a bear.
Yeah. So there's people in all these spots.
Hmm.
That's Skippy's gearbox, his contraption.
Wow.
That's it to other angle. His
Mm.
helicopter contraption. You see the metal pieces everywhere.
Yeah. No, there's all the bottle caps.
10 billion
Mhm.
blades out there.
You know what they use those bottle caps for? Fishing lures. They used to pinch them in half. You know? Some of those are really sharp pictures. Really nice pictures. The bear. Ah. Oh my goodness. Forrest too. Ah.
That was my a previous solution I had.
I never got that fancy. I feel bad. I should just get it all put together.
There was Ruby Mountain, Ruby Blaze,
Hmm.
Browns Canyon, Warm Waters Hall. This is where the hot spring ends at the Arkansas
Mhm.
River. No chalkboard paddles, Chalk Creek. You know, because they have the paddle shaped chalkboards. Right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Home of Molly Brown, Leadville, 40 miles north. Too far to walk there. Put in there. That's where they put in the rafts right there.
Mm.
And I actually I went down. I took my raft from here, and I went down this section down to
You have a
right
raft?
Browns Canyon. Yeah, yeah. I have
Wow.
a 6-person Zodiac
Hmm.
quality raft.
Wow.
I'd rather get a kayak now.
Hmm.
Played it. What happened? I went the wrong way.
Oh,
Did you see it?
that's nice. Mm. Mhm. Mm. I like the map.
Yeah.
That's a cool map. Fabulous.
Yeah.
That's cute. I like the map. Mhm. Marvel case. Wow. Poem points to the treasure. There's your rainbow. Sorry, Charlie. Oh, that's cute. Wow.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages.
Mm-hmm.
A guy diagnosed with cancer was told he had 6 months to live. He went back to the doctors 10 years later to tell them that he's still alive, only to find out that the doctors who diagnosed him were all dead. No, 100.
Mhm.
See the finger pointing in the river?
Oh, yeah.
Little extensions of the human hand. That's Eric Sloan.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
tools were extensions of the human hand.
Mm.
And Forrest extended his hand, didn't he?
Yeah. Mm.
What better way to die? It's fast and clean, and you go out in a blaze of glory. Jimmy Dean.
Mm. Hmm.
Look there. That's Eric Sloan
That's
shit
pretty.
there. That's a Watergate.
Yeah.
Forrest was involved with people in Watergate, right?
What? That now, there you go. I like that.
And that's an
Uh-huh.
1800s Watergate, like would be in an Eric Sloan book.
Yeah, I didn't see his books.
You turn the wheel
Yeah.
to lift the gate. The chain wraps around the pole, the
Oh,
shaft.
that's very, very nice.
There it is.
That
Huh.
happens in mine. You know, the
Huh.
water level drops
Look
significantly.
at this shot.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Wow. Now, where
The
are you with
Salida.
that shot? What state are you
Salida's
in?
right over here. Them guys
Uh-huh.
that go up Mount Antero looking for aquamarines and stuff, that's
Uh-huh.
this mountain here. That's
Wow.
back here. And Antero is one of those back there.
Mm.
But yeah, this is the Arkansas River. It goes around the hill to the right, and that's Salida. This is Wellsville.
Hmm.
And you see there's these rocks down here. I'd been on top of all this.
Oh, man.
And I found Jasper up on this hill here. There's a big mine hole. But there's lots of holes in these rocks.
Yeah, you must have been pretty athletic to get around all that stuff. Oh, my goodness. Was the bear really in there? Or
Who
did
was
you
it
put
was poking the bear to wake him up?
No, thanks.
Is that a dead rat right there? No.
It's locked.
But this is right by that hole through the rock.
Well,
Society of KIA-MIA Mountain. Mount KIA-MIA. That's between here
Colorado.
and Salida. It's just
Yeah.
north of here, south of Mount Ouray.
Wow.
Near
Wow.
O'Havier.
There you go. That's pretty. Uh-huh. Oh.
I'm gonna put my petrified turd on my peace pipe. It's sacred shit.
It's sacred.
See, up here, this is that Cascade waterfall that I've shown you. It looks like this is that in August. It looks like this. It's just a trick, hardly going. But this right up here is where there's a leprechaun there.
Yep,
The
I
elbow
see
here,
it. Yep,
face here.
yep, I see
Climbing
his little
down
face. I want that in my backyard.
I don't get it either. The map says the treasure's right here.
It's right under their feet.
Hey, Floyd, our treasure chest ever covered in brown fur?
cute. Mm,
No place for the meek. Wolf
no.
Creek. Wolf Creek. No place for the meek.
Wow, so many pretty areas. That's pretty too. Very simple. Mm.
Halt before you enter. You have gold, silver, jewels, weapons, native artifacts, or other treasures to declare.
Mhm. Mhm. Mm.
Barbara, go to sleep.
No.
Mhm.
There's my peace pipe.
There's your peace pipe.
That's mine. There's one on the wall right behind me. And I'm going to add my turd to it. Oh,
Mhm.
the end is nigh.
Mm. So
That's why
what's
I
your
know.
wood? What
Huh?
is your wood? What's your wood?
The word wood, the meadows are the letters of the word wood. It's that same James Dean quote. What better
Mm.
way to die fast and clean? You go out in a blaze of glory. And that's the Russian fighter pilot
Mm.
crashing.
Wow.
Okay. I gotta go back here.
Let's just pick that out so we can sound real cool. Just saying.
See, it's right this way.
He wants to cheat.
Make it easy. There. There's wood.
Like Hollywood, Hollywood ending.
Hollywood, yes.
Hollywood ending.
Wood on the mountain. Huh?
Your
I don't know.
Hollywood
I
ending.
didn't look to see if Holly was out there. I know the word wood is there.
Yeah.
And the car was right here in the D.
You know.
It was in the D. It was in the D. He prayed for
It
D's.
was in
It was
the
there.
D. D's are missing.
And Skippy's helicopter was right up here.
Really?
But it's right here. Is where
Skippy had a
Skippy's
helicopter. Skippy had a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See,
His
this is the shit
helicopter.
I don't know. See, this is the shit I don't know. For I make up the
Yeah,
shit that
showed
I'm
pictures
telling,
of it.
and nobody's like listening. Hurt my
Ooh.
feelings, Bill. I'm just kidding. Don't take me serious today.
Wow.
This is where it was.
Nobody told me.
This is where I found the car.
Real.
It might be one of those cars.
It might be one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be one of those.
So where is
was-
this? Where is this car now? On
These
your property?
cars are uphill from where I found it. Huh? What?
Who are you talking to?
What?
I'm having a fight with Forrest Fenn over here, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
Forrest Fenn.
It's an AP conversation over here.
The ghost?
Yeah, I'm bitching about him not fucking. I don't know how I went this long. Didn't know Skippy had a helicopter.
See, there's
See,
the
I
bullet
knew-
hole photoshopped in it.
Oh,
That's
Okay.
a Photoshop bullet hole.
Listen, Finn was a airplane pilot. That was no fucking. If you say you didn't know that, you're a liar, right? So I totally knew that. But
There's
I
a
don't
millionaire
remember.
with the car.
wow. Wow.
That's Wallace Beery with one. The
Mm.
guy that he would sell him bullets. And I think that's Jackie Cooper.
Mm.
There's the Bip, the dog, his sweater,
Uh-huh.
matches the Lincoln Highway sign. Except it's a D instead of an L.
Hmm.
D for Denver.
Yeah, you were saying something about that. I didn't, you know. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Penny car, named my wonderful car the Bullet because she said it was shot.
Shot.
And there it is, the bullet hole.
Yeah.
The 50 cal through the gas tank that took down his
Wow.
plane, that tore the back of his plane off. Where's the back of the car?
Mm. Mhm.
The car. Did he Photoshop any bullet holes in this
No,
one?
that's a different car.
Yeah, it's just the name. But what matters is the bullet doesn't have to be that car. You know,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
has to be a car.
Hmm.
I still couldn't stop his quotes.
Oh, there you had them all highlighted.
Yeah. Oh, Crean was in there highlight
Mhm.
and quadplet. So those are the words that were quoted. And most of these are quotes from the New York Times. Not necessarily Forrest. So
That was his remembrance, huh? All righty.
part of it. It just I was just so I could fit the quotes on one sheet there with their
Mm.
and a race for titles. They were racing for pinks in American
Mhm.
graffiti. And Suzanne Summers, the 57 Thunderbird won the chili cook-off. Go read the chili cook-off again if you don't believe me, people.
Yeah, the 50, what was it? The 57 auto car.
The car, biological, his hair, and geography, a map.
Yeah. The car with the riding, that's pretty cool.
Here's the Superman part.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Woodard. There's a Superman Model A. It even has a Superman thing on the grill.
Mm-hmm.
Under a canopy, under the top is down. He's under a canopy of stars.
Yeah.
An old car with no top was the Buffalo Cowboy car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I
Here-
say, you should get a pic. You should get a book. Do a book.
Here's Forrest Fenn with Candyman, and Candyman doesn't know the bullet is right there. Doesn't know it's right. And Forrest put this chair here so that people talking to him would sit right next to it and never know that they were that close to it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, you were within 200 feet. You were within 200 feet. Did he tell you? Did he
You were
tell him?
close.
Did he tell them that they were within 200 feet? I want to know. Did he tell Stephanie she was within 200 feet? That's her husband.
Is that really?
Yeah, that's Stephanie's husband.
Aren't they divorced now?
No, this is her new husband.
Did she get married again? I didn't know that.
I don't know. She's with this guy.
She's with that guy. Okay.
She
Wow.
got her to whatever.
Yeah.
I don't have all the details because they don't tell you all the details. How am I supposed to? I can guess. I don't know if it's correct, but as far as I know,
They're together. Good enough.
there you go. There's the map. Oh, that's the good.
That's a potato, man. That's
My
a
treasure
potato.
story lit a fuse. It will burn someone. It will burn until someone finds a chest of gold, and perhaps beyond my 20 years as a fighter pilot was much bigger part of my life. Forrest said the car he drove was a Ford Granada. The car was the bomb. A granada is a grenade.
Right. It's also called a potato.
So the car was the bomb.
A bomb is a potato.
There's Georgia O'Keeffe in her Model A.
Wow.
And he called this my great treasure, your great treasure, he said to me.
There
You know,
you go.
There's the bullet. Steve but it was spelled in the movie is Bullitt. And there's it. Take the canyon down. Take the bullet in the canyon down.
Yep.
And there. It,
Mm.
Eric Sloan, it could twist like a snake. It. BLD 63177.
What? Really? What
Now-
did you get out of?
Look, okay, here's Harrison Ford with his Jaguar.
Ooh.
There's Harrison Ford, more Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford with his Jaguar. There's the Jaguar emblem, right?
Yeah.
And here's the treasure.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I like that one. Wow. Wow, that is cool.
Okay, Forrest was a Maverick. A Maverick is a Ford.
Yes, I saw one today on the road. It was
Yeah.
really weird.
Was Forrest driving it? He's
No, it was a white one. It was white.
Maverick. You know, that's
Yeah.
something else millennials don't know. Now there's a Ford Maverick. It's a pickup truck.
Really? Huh.
Okay, Jackson,
Ah.
Michigan. Ford, Michigan. Model A, Michigan. You know,
Mhm.
Ford.
Yeah.
If you've been wise and found Moses in a blazer, there's Charlton Heston in an
Mhm.
earthquake. Charlton Heston in an earthquake driving a K5 Blazer. Okay, Forrest said, yeah, an earthquake might destroy it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Harrison Ford. There's Moses driving a Blazer. The hint is the parking. The hint is the parking spot. The clue is the car that was
Mhm.
parked there. The car was what was important.
Yes, the car parked there. I agree with that one. 100%. Yep.
There's Ralph Lauren,
Mhm.
right? You can't take it with you, Ralph. $50 million car collection. You can't take it with you.
Yeah.
And Bullet, Steve McQueen's Thrill of the Chase, Ford Mustang Shelby GT sells for $25 million.
Wow. 20.
Yeah.
Wow,
Forrest-
that's more than a bronze box.
Ford Model A found parked in Colorado's Museum of Nature. The Rocky Mountains
Mhm.
is Colorado's Museum of Nature. Oh, and this is from Eric Sloan book. Not
Yeah.
responsible for accidents. And Forrest says, please touch. I am responsible.
Mhm.
You get it? And this is from Return to Taos.
Oh, is that where that's from? Oh,
Yeah.
very nice. Mhm.
There. The key is, Peggy said you should call it the bullet because it's shot. The key is rusted. So is the bullet.
Yeah. Yeah.
The bullet is the key. It's rusted. I mean, a 5-year-old would know better than some of
Mhm.
these other YouTube people.
Yeah.
And, oh, we can't accept that. Oh, no, we can't accept that. We can't accept that. We can't accept that. We can't analyze that. We can't compute. Dave, what are you doing, Dave? You got that one, huh?
T-bird shooting star. Cute.
The shooting star was known as the T-bird. The T-33A was the training plane. And this is right down the road from me.
Hmm.
And there's, you know, Suzanne Summers on the T-Bird.
Hmm. She's kind of big compared to the car.
Ford model T-Bird.
Mm-hmm.
It's a roadster, just like the Buffalo Cowboy car was a roadster. They're both roadsters.
Mm-hmm.
And here,
Mm.
inside the cover, the Buffalo Cowboys bullet, it's
Mm-hmm.
shot. Tuckered, that's Tucker Ponds. The bullet is at Tucker Ponds. Is the chest. And here's the plane that was taken down with a bullet through the gas tank, just like the car had a bullet through the gas tank.
Mm.
And his ID, that's him as a little kid on his toy car that he would
Yeah.
dig up a hole.
Hmm.
If I was 30, I'd go dig up the whole landfill to find that car, he said.
Mm.
And it's the catch.
Yeah.
If you catch the bullet.
Hmm.
It's all right there on the inside cover.
Yeah.
And here's
Wow.
these are copies from
Cool.
the what is it? The Terry Scan thing that's on Amazon. So
Yeah.
the man from the East is Eric Sloan, returned to Taos. Made two- and then Forrest says, you know, when I hid that treasure, I was walking back to my car. I started laughing at myself out loud. I said, Forrest, did you really do that? Yes, you just told us that you were walking back to your car, Forrest. We know the car is the treasure you were walking back to. Okay, don't force these kinds of aberrational thoughts on yourself, or you likely walk back to your car with a very light pack.
Mm-hmm.
The car, walking back to the car. July of 2016. Forrest, Fenn, when I hid the treasure chest and walked back to the car, I was totally out. It was totally out of my hands. And in a loud voice, I said, Forrest, did you, I think really do that. I didn't have room to put it or something. Oh, that's all that the thing let me. It only puts up a certain thing that in the thing that I was copying the screen, because the rest was hidden. This chest and I took it out and I put it in that very secret and very dear place, private. I walked back to my car smiling. I tell myself, yeah, it really felt good because I had done something. He walked back to his car. It's a separate sentence. There's a period there. He put the chest in a place that was private. And then he went out to the woods and walked back to his car. He put the stuff in a private safe with his lawyer or something, Yeah. Visit his car. In that treasure chest and a lot of coins and have numismatic value way beyond the spot. When I was walking back to my car the last time, nobody around any place, and out loud, in a loud voice, I said, Forrest, did you really do that? So out of my hands now, when I hid the treasure chest, there was nobody around, and I was walking back to my car, and I looked around and I started laughing. He never said after I hid it. When I hid it, I was walking back to my car. He never said after I hit it, I was walking back to the car, which if you walk back to your car after you hit it, You would say after I hit it, I walked back to the car. No, there's no logic in the other chat things.
Mhm.
And there is George Lucas and Steven Spielberg with the car that's in the opening scene of Indiana Jones that is just like the Buffalo Cowboy car.
Wow.
And the Buffalo Cowboy car was found 80 miles from where this car was last seen. When I hid the treasure chest, walking back to my car, I had this strange sensation. I asked myself out loud, I said, Forrest, did you really do that? Okay, it weighs 42 pounds. It's small, but it's gold, it's heavy. And when I hit it and was walking back to my car, I started laughing out loud and I said, Forrest, did you really do it? Okay, divorce would get out of the hole, leaving her alone to conduct the funeral. I walked back to wait in the car. Well, I never heard such a carrying on. It was so loud. Did a little bit of research on the computer, and 4 or 5 months later, I got too far to walk. It's more of a peek back into the scrapbook of my life, things that I've done, things that have happened to me, places. Yeah. Walked back to my car. I talked to myself out loud. There was nobody around any place. And I said, did I really do that? So there's a lot. And those are all separate. Then none of them he said after.
Mm.
There's the Underwood typewriter. The Underwood typewriter. Look, it says Underwood on the Underwood typewriter panel truck. And what's it for? A car record machine. They have a car record machine. It records like the things the car does. You turn left, it goes L, whatever, you know. It's for recording train cars. And there's Will Rogers. Happy Trails. Will Rogers with his typewriter in his car. There's William F. Buckley with a typewriter in his car.
Hmm. So, Bill, what do you think is going to be given to this so-called true solver when the court cases are over?
Well, there's 25 D's in the poem, and I think D's represent deeds.
Deeds.
When you have a lot of money, you can't put it all in the bank.
No,
you have to.
no.
You have to have it in real estate and other. You have to diversify your money into different things so that your money, so that if something happens to one of your investments, it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, I think I got to go lie down now because I got the dentist tomorrow. Yeah. I got to wake up. It's been fun again, Bill. Yeah. It's always fun.
Yeah.
You know, that's always fun. I just think you ought to get it all written down with pictures in and, you know, create something that it's just hard to weed it down to, I guess, something people would read, you know. I know it was terrible for me to weed down what I had, but then I was like, well, you need to really look at this more and look at that more, but it's just so hard. Yeah.
Hey, Granite, Whoopi, and who else been chatting while I was going through those? I couldn't see any of it.
Who is in?
Italy. Yeah, I'll flush the toilet over Italy. How's that?
I just get so tired.
But
I'm glad I caught you.
The joke's on them. They figured.
Well, hopefully
See, on what
Hopefully
page?
it'll end.
I just refreshed the page, so I know you just posted that. Robert Blake. Robert Blake died.
Really?
Beretta's dead.
Hmm.
Wonder if the parrot is still alive.
Who?
The cockatoo that Beretta had. I wonder if it's still alive.
They live a very long time, don't they?
Yeah, they could still be alive.
Yeah, they live beyond the human. Hmm. Yeah.
They could live 60, 70 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that
It's
was the
starting to
70s.
get cold here. Starting to get
Yeah.
cold. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
when the
hide
parents-
under the sleeping bag.
Parents grew up with her dying, then you're getting old.
Yeah. Yeah. I know I'm getting old when I go outside and I realize I cannot do what I used to do. You know, I go out there
Well, what
thinking
you used to
40
do?
years earlier.
Were you like hanging out with criminals or?
No, I'm just trying to turn over the dirt and get some grass. So, you know, I just can't do as much as I used to. You know, my body is just not cooperating. It gets tired. My hands don't, they don't continue to hold things, you know? So
Yeah.
it'll
Oh,
just let go of
my
stuff.
my fingertips sting and stuff. And the VA, the doctor, oh, you gotta do this step and this step and this step before we send you to orthopedic to do something about your pinched nerve.
No, I
know?
gotta go and get my knee checked because I don't know what happened, but when I feel the knees, they feel the same. But when I bend and land on the right knee, every once in a while I have excruciating pain. And it doesn't matter. I got down on the floor at school and oh boy, I saw stars. And if I get into the bed with the right knee, you know, I could see stars. So it got, after about a year of it, it's time to go get it checked. It's not
When I-
something that's healing.
When I wake up in the morning and stuff before I get out of bed or whatever, I go to move my leg and my entire leg like cramps, just and my toes point because the muscles all pulled so tight.
Ah,
And sometimes it's both legs. But
you
the
need
only
potassium. Eat more bananas.
the
Get
thing
him.
that helps, the thing that helps it is standing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
That helps it.
Yeah, well, my back is fused all messed up.
Also,
Yeah.
uh,
I'm falling
Russ.
apart 20 years too soon, you know? I would have expected to be like this in 20 years from now, not now. You
Right.
know? But
Yeah.
now I'm just like, ugh.
I got some hydroxychloroquine, that's quinine, and quinine is what they have in tonic water that and it's good for cramps.
Wow. Yeah.
And
So, I mean,
it kills COVID too.
ah,
Oh, did I say no? They say it does. But it's just an opinion. It's just my opinion. Don't take my word for it. I'm not an authority.
no. No, I gotta get a different job.
You say one thing and oh, take down your whole video. Why don't you just
take out your whole video? Like
the
drink
violin
bleach.
part, not bleach, assholes?
Yeah, they're crazy, crazy
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, everything's in my opinion anyway.
But
You
I
know?
think they're gonna put Zuckerberg in jail.
Why?
Some of them, I think some of them people from Twitter are going to jail.
Why?
Let me show you. Let's see.
All those rich people.
Bill, you got a hook like a sailor.
Mhm. Yeah, What's with all this growth?
Well, yeah, Barbara, she talks like one, according to Melinda.
Mm.
It is.
If you fall asleep online, I won't judge. I may do the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to be signing off because I'm like, but he had to. Nice, nice. Very nice.
That's a good one. Huh?
Yep, yep, there you go. There you
Hey,
go.
that.
Truth. I feel like that's true. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's why I'm only on this and I'm not on anybody else's. Yeah. Yeah, that was a shocker that she died. Oof. Younger than I am. Mm. Yeah, that's about how you feel sometimes. It's kind of like Santa Claus, naughty or nice, good or evil.
Well, that was chaos and embroidery.
Yes, chaos and embroidery. One was seeking one
It was
thing.
the Tesla RV.
No kidding. Oh, yeah. Is that Dolly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yep.
These are all ones I made. I made all
Mhm.
these.
Yeah.
That's one of my pictures, even. That's the sunset here.
Yeah, they're pretty. Huh.
I want a place in the
Something.
mountains where I can grow garden in my brain.
It's cute.
Nothing. Nobody shared anything.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
I am not your puppet.
Yeah, there was a lot of those pictures on the
Let
blog.
go of my ego. Take care of your own ego. You're delusional if you think you don't have one.
Oh.
Yeah. Islands in the sky. This is a poem I wrote.
Hmm.
Raindrops in my eyes make me think of you and how the days go by. I wonder if it's true what I know of you, your magic in my eyes.
Yeah, well, why didn't you put all this together in a book? Ah,
It is. It's been on the internet for years.
yeah, wow. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's my art on the left, though.
Yeah, she's so pretty on the left. Wow.
I made these labels for my marijuana for the marijuana gummy cans, so I could put
Oh,
other things. They were empty.
oh,
You
is
know?
that what they are? Oh, that's
Yeah,
something.
yeah. That one has nails, paper clips, buttons,
Oh, I see.
pins. Q-tips.
Yeah. Wow. The boogeyman. Uh.
That's what they call them. That's not my
Yeah.
opinion. That's what they call them.
Uh-huh. There we go. Pretty.
That's Grace Slick and Greg Chiquisco. I took the picture and I.
Mm.
Tesla Cybertruck.
Wow.
It'll be waterproof. It'll be able to cross rivers and lakes.
All righty. Nice.
You get it? And look, there's a monster thing up here. See the monster? Yeah.
Huh.
Jack Bucket.
Okay.
That was a real thing. I found that on Street View.
Yeah. Huh.
I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm gonna go too. Hey, Bill,
Okay.
catch you the next go round.
Yeah.
You know?
If you open your
I gotta
eyes,
go.
I can change history.
Yeah.
The devil whispered in my ear, "You're not strong enough to withstand the storm." I whispered back, "At least I didn't lose my golden fiddle to some hillbilly in Georgia."
Oh, goodness. All right, Bill. Talk to you
Okay,
later.
we'll see you. We'll see you.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see you, Barbara. You take off when you want, but
Did I push leave already? I already pushed. How come it
no,
stayed
you-
on?
you didn't say you were going to leave. You didn't tell it to exit. You click exit and then you say you have to click it again to totally leave.
I'll call you on Facebook.
Yeah, but not while I'm still on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah,
Night.
I'm probably go to sleep too.
All right.
I can keep my eyes open.
It was a good talk.
Okay, yeah, it was. Probably had a lot of people watch it because it wasn't just me.
Have a good night.
Okay, we'll see you, Barbara.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Did she? Yeah. Oh, she didn't. Watch it. I can help you.
What?
Yeah. There. Okay, yeah, she's gone. My battery's charged up now. Well, that was fun. Let me see. Is anybody in the chat? Let me turn off these pictures that are on here. Nobody's in the chat. 12 watching, it says. Is it still 12? I'll refresh. 10. Yeah, they were probably watching. They jumped off. But I got some exciting things coming up. Really, I do. I can't tell you, but yeah, there's some fun things coming up. You won't want to miss it. And I guess I could turn up my music for the end here. Please. The alpha male, the alpha female, burning the candle at both ends, double blazes. Y'all have a good one. We'll see you.